back here live in the morning for the day of that we've been all waiting for, the inauguration of Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of our land. So let's see if there's any new posts from the president at all. We know that his latest retruth was from those fireworks at the Trump National in Sterling, Virginia, just the other day. He's also talking about TikTok, saying, I'm asking companies not to let TikTok stay dark. So let's see I will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. The order will also confirm that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. He also says Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. He goes on to say a number of other things there, a couple more paragraphs if you'd like to see his Truth Social post. But he said earlier a much more brief Truth Social post saying, save TikTok in capital letters. So we know that President Trump wants TikTok to continue here in this country. Also, we know that the IRS head has resigned recently. He is resigning because, of course, President Trump will be naming new people at the top of these different government entities. We're seeing a lot of new things happen, great things happen within this newly formed Trump administration. And we know that Kash Patel would be a great leader at the FBI, Pam Bondi, a United States Attorney General, and then, of course, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and on. So I believe Linda McMahon as well. That's right. She's the Department of Education Secretary, as we work on seeing it go back to the states a little bit more as the education system in our country gets revamped and reformed. And I remember Elon Musk saying on X, on his headline at the top next to his photo, that the people voted for major government reform. And you think of the word reform and you think of a place like Reform UK, maybe out there in the United Kingdom with Nigel Farage, who headed up Brexit, but also is now the leader of the Reform UK party. Well, now in this country, we are having a reform of the United States of America, aka Trump Plan, the Trump Plan 47, the 20 core promises that he has shared with the American people. So we're looking forward to that. And I do want to go over some of those plans real quick here, just to inform you if you're not sure. The 20 promises to the American people, I won't go through all of them. I may have the time, I'm not sure, waiting on the producers to let me know if we're going to go right there to Washington to hear from Bobby and Megyn. I believe they're getting the cameras set up and getting the access ready to go inside Capital One Arena. But the 20 promises to the American people, let's see if we can get through a few of them here. First is to seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. That's already going to be happening tomorrow within 24 hours. That is going to get rolling there. Number 2 is carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, aka Operation Aurora. Number 3, end inflation and make America affordable again. Number 4, make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Number 5, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Let's go now to number 6, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, and no tax on senior citizen Social Security benefits. Number 7, my favorite, even though all of them are pretty much my personal favorite. Number 7 is defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. And then we can go on with number 8 is prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. Okay, we could stop there for now, as we are getting some directive on a number of things, as we do have to thank some of our sponsors as well. PatriotAddictDeals.com. You can see the Trump combat knife there. That's one of the products out of many on Patriot Addict Deals. You can get 30% off that product right there on the left side of your screen by using the code RSBN30. So check it out. Go to PatriotAddictDeals.com. A great sponsor right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 2:11 Eastern Time here on January 19th, 2025, Inauguration Eve. I'm Matthew Alvarez. On the other side of this commercial break, we'll be going to Capital One Arena for Rally Day in America.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra My Pillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic My Pillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size My Pillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Phil from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Broadcasting Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I'm going to see y'all soon.
Trump Plan 47.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome to Inside the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington, D.C. I'm Bobby McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting. Welcome to Inauguration Weekend, as you can see in this beautiful stadium, home of the Stanley Cup champions from 2018, the Washington Capitals, of course, the Washington Wizards of the NBA, as well as the Mystics, the WNBA. Welcome here to what's a huge celebration for President Trump. You can see the 60th presidential inauguration, and we are so excited to be here celebrating with you, the great American people who are really providing us with this opportunity, because back in November you went to vote and you chose peacefully and patriotically to send the 45th President of the United States back to office to now become number 47. Thank you to American finance. The average person is finding it difficult to pay expenses every month, and in most cases there is nothing left to cover any extras. So most aren't getting any big raise, but expenses are up, and it's very hard to manage without grabbing for credit cards. If you're a homeowner and you're frustrated with that cycle, I need you to take a 10-minute phone call, no obligations at all, but reach out to my friends at American Financing. And if you're constantly carrying a credit card balance each and every month with a rate in the 20s or even the 30s, American Financing can show you how to put your hard work into action. On average, customers face $800 a month when they work with American financing consultants. There are no upfront fees, so it costs nothing to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing today. That is 888-402-0299, 888-402-0299, AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. We're thankful to all our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. And that's such a big point for the upcoming Trump administration, is to slash or at least cap credit card expenses and bankruptcy coming from credit cards. It has really hurt the middle class and hurt the health and wealth of our nation as a result. So something that President Trump will be looking into in his first 100 days. Of course, we know that he is facing a lot coming right back into office due to 4 failed years of Joe Biden as he leaves in disgrace, 50 years of so-called public service, but has been an unbridled failure as a United States Senator, as the worst vice president in American history, and by far one of the worst presidents in American history. He has left a mess for Donald Trump to come and clean up, but thank God that President Trump is putting the right people into place, great cabinet picks, and you've seen some of them going through confirmation hearings, whether that's Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary or Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. How about Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, focused on Department of Homeland Security, and of course we saw last night Department of Health and Human Services future Secretary, the great Bobby Kennedy, speaking about his father and his relationship with the Hispanic community, and Cesar Chavez, a gentleman who worked hard for workers' rights alongside of JFK and RFK back in the 50s and 60s. And here's a funny thing about Cesar Chavez, because he's allegedly beloved by the left, but this is a gentleman who was for sealed borders and closed borders. Of course, if you legally come over, he was all about that migration, but not illegal immigration. And we know that Borders Czar Tom Homan, very focused on operating ICE agents beginning on Tuesday with Operation Aurora to remove criminal illegal migrants, the most dangerous out of our large cities, with 150 on the ground now ready to go in Chicago. And we saw from the Chicago PD a communication statement released saying that they will not hinder but will also not cooperate with that investigation and roundup of criminal illegal aliens. And it will be interesting to see in 6 months from now, even 1 year from now, how much our cities get better as a result of reduced crime. We know that Mayor Eric Adams went down to Mar-a-Lago to visit with President Trump before President Trump got on the plane yesterday with First Lady Melania Trump and his son Barron, along with other family members, to travel up here to Washington, D.C. And last night they celebrated a star-studded fireworks display. In fact, the largest fireworks display ever put on, with the great tenor, America's tenor, Christopher Macchio, singing Nessun Dorma and God Bless America, Ave Maria, also Alleluia, some classic songs in the tenor repertoire, and President Trump shaking the hand of his friend, simply saying, "You did it great again, Christopher." So a really enjoyable evening for the Trumps and friends and family over at Trump National in Washington, D.C. That's, of course, near Sterling, Virginia, roughly 40 minutes or so outside of the district. And today, as you've been watching Right Side Broadcasting and sticking with us, you might have noticed that President Trump, adhering to a great tradition of presidents, going and laying the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, a soldier only known by name to the Lord Almighty, as his tomb is unmarked there. But we honor that on Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and of course, incoming presidents will lay that wreath as well. This is only the second time in history where someone will serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Of course, Donald Trump is going to do that starting tomorrow at noon Eastern, and before him, Grover Cleveland, serving as the 22nd and 24th President of the United States back in the 19th century. A tradition that spans back now. We're almost 250 years old, and I'm so excited to see what Vivek Ramaswamy and also Elon Musk have in store for the 250th anniversary of America, its birthday. It's going to be a huge celebration in a couple of years. And of course, that due date for the Doge report on how to slash and reduce the federal bloated budget. Now, I think with Elon and Vivek, great businessmen that they are, you'll probably see some recommendations and even things put into practice really in the first 100 days or even the first 3 months of the administration. So much ready to go to work, and we're getting that feeling as we talk to people. We've been here since Wednesday night here and live with you, the American people, since Thursday. If you saw back our coverage on Thursday, we were walking all the way down that parade route, and how exciting that was to see Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, sadly, we will not be able to have really any outdoor activities as a lot of the bleachers, the chairs have been taken down, and President Trump, just like President Reagan 40 years ago to the date, will be taking that oath of office under the Capitol Rotunda and Capital One Arena. This will also be the location for a large viewing party. And speaking of some of the great MAGA patriots this morning who were camping out since 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, some at 5 or 6, and really going up against the weather. And today it's cold, but still more on the mild side. We're getting into the high 30s. It will dip drastically come the evening and then the early morning hours. So if you do plan on camping out, be very, very careful, please, because these are truly life-threatening temperatures with a high tomorrow between, it's looking like 7 to 11 degrees, and the wind chill will be much, much worse. So out of an abundance of caution, please make sure you're making smart and right decisions. And for the long lines, anticipation for those, make sure you're staying hydrated and eating. We're experiencing the opposite of what we normally would with the Trump rally, going way back to the summer, if you joined us for some of those wonderful events. And again, so much in the news happening in the next few hours that the administration will have to deal with immediately. And you might have been watching or following the TikTok ban, and President Trump stating on Truth Social that he is asking companies not to let TikTok stay dark. This is President Trump speaking, will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibition takes effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. The order will also confirm that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. And President Trump concluding with, I would like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in a joint venture. By doing this, we save TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. Without United States approval, there is no TikTok. With our approval, it is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe trillions. And we know the wonderful Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful himself, allegedly putting down a bid for around $20 billion. We'll be watching that to see if a U.S. investor will want to take over TikTok, just as Elon Musk did that with Twitter, making it X and making it more of a free speech platform. So we're watching this extremely closely because roughly 180 million Americans use TikTok on a regular basis, many young people, also many influencers. So they're making money off of the app, but there is great concern about spying from the Chinese Communist Party. So this was legislation back in the 118th Congress passed, roughly unanimously, then signed by President Joe Biden, this week upheld by the Supreme Court that it is constitutional to remove it unless there is a divestment from ByteDance, the Chinese communist related business that oversees TikTok. We now know too that the TikTok CEO will be joining other tech CEOs for this inauguration, even some donating to the efforts, including Mark Zuckerberg, who runs Meta, Instagram, and of course Facebook. Well, we here at Right Side Broadcasting, we were your election integrity headquarters in 2024, and now in 2025, we will continue to bring you unbridled access to President Donald John Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Very excited to see a new dawn, a golden era for America, not focused on differences in ideology of Republican versus Democrat, but rather we the people versus a bloated bureaucracy. And today, really a celebration. Reminds us of being on the campaign trail. It's almost nostalgic to be here in the Capital One Arena with friends and colleagues, a very large media riser, and of course, if you can see behind me, a beautiful official seal of the inauguration of President and Vice President 2025, the 60th presidential inauguration. We have many special guests in the house, including the Village People. We were watching them warm up and sound as wonderful as ever. In fact, a beautiful choir as well, and some other musical surprises and some great speakers lined up. We know the great Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA will be joining us here at the Capital One Arena, and maybe even Mr. Hulkamaniac himself, Hulk Hogan, including some other great American patriots who are on that trail with President Trump. And we spoke to some of those Trump Force 47 captains outside who fought in the states of Nevada and Arizona, all the way up to America's Dairyland in Wisconsin, of course, the Wolverine state of Michigan, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which we visited countless times, and down to that beautiful Tar Heel state of North Carolina. And of course, we had the opportunity to speak to the Peach State residents in Georgia, the 7 swing states, so crucial to saving the country. And President Trump swept those competitions, leading to 312 electoral votes and a popular vote landslide against sitting Vice President Kamala Harris. This was quite an election that maybe we've never seen in our lifetimes, with 2 assassination attempts and clearly God's hand over Donald Trump, protecting him in a scary situation and really having his hand over the Trump family as they selflessly serve the American people for another 4 years. And we've seen something recently with the modern Democrat Party. If you take the Greek translation, the literal translation of demos is we or of the people. They're supposed to be the party of the people, but we've seen in the last 3 cycles, whether it's Donna Brazile, who made sure that Bernie Sanders did not receive the nomination in 2016 and handed it over with superdelegates to crooked Hillary Clinton, or you look at 2020, how they hand-selected Joe Biden to go in there and run as the nominee, and then undercut him ultimately after he received 18 million votes in the 2024 primaries. And Kamala Harris had roughly 100 days to put together a campaign that spent with super PAC money over $2 billion. And there is serious debt that campaign is still attempting to pay off. And President Trump outspent enormously in this, but such a great pursuit and knowledge of taking advantage of free media and actually taking those hard interviews. And it was really his son, Barron Trump, who was the hero of the day, suggesting to his father that you should really go on these podcasts. You should speak to people like Joe Rogan and Bo London and different influencers out in those Twitter sphere or Instagram or TikTok to get that message out to young people and those low propensity voters, or those who are not necessarily interested in American politics. I think about, Theo Vaughn's podcast, and maybe people that were reached in that podcast that didn't necessarily traditionally vote in presidential elections. And President Trump opening up about family matters, such as his late great brother Fred, who clearly suffered from addiction problems and drinking, and that's the reason why President Trump has stayed away from that throughout his life and has remained so focused as a great business person and great leader, not only creating an extraordinary company throughout New York City and even in Washington, D.C. with that beautiful Trump International Hotel that is now the Waldorf Astoria. And you might have noticed that when we were there to visit and interview some great folks, including Ambassador Carla Sands earlier on this week. So much to see on this network as we prepare in roughly, goodness gracious, less than 24 hours until President Trump takes that oath of office and swears upon the Constitution to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we know that this is a gentleman who is the people's president. He only takes $1 per quarter. He has pledged that once again to give his salary away so that he may serve the American people. And he has taken on lawfare. He has taken on fake impeachments. He has taken on assassination attempts and literally put it on the line. And remember these great rallies throughout the summer and fall when he would speak on the fact that I could be in Barbados or down in the Caribbean, or heck, he could just be staying at Mar-a-Lago and enjoying the sun and the sand and that beautiful salt water hitting his face and enjoying those sun rays. But he would rather be amongst you, the American people. And now it was you, the electorate, who decided to bring him back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and that will be in a few short hours now. But of course, first we have to have a Trump rally, because what is the MAGA movement without packing a stadium full of thousands and thousands of Trump supporters, which we could see wrapping around the entire Capital One Arena all throughout Chinatown this morning in downtown Washington, D.C. And thank you to the Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, and the Metropolitan Police, who are providing such a safe environment for viewers, for fellow law enforcement, and of course, ultimately, for those who are about to take office. We actually had a moment to see Don Jr. as he came in after our broadcast yesterday at the Hispanic Ball. If you caught any of that, that was such a great fiesta and some wonderful guests at that ball, including Roger Stone, the legendary political consultant, truly MAGA before it existed, responsible for helping elect Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan, and of course, the great Donald John Trump. So we thank Mr. Roger Stone for his efforts. And Matt and Mercedes Schlapp there as well last night, the great leaders of CPAC. We also had two presidents from Latin America and President Javier Milei from Argentina give a riveting speech about the dangers of the progressive movement in the West and how Argentina and America can work again on great trade deals to bring prosperity not only to our two great nations, but to the northern and southern hemisphere and throughout the Americas. And we know this will be on the docket for President Trump as he's looking to the acquisition of Greenland for national security issues. And of course, there's now a movement with Greenlanders to vote for independence. We'll be watching that very closely as this continues to be discussed with the Kingdom of Denmark. We do know via True Social that President Trump has discussed the acquisition of Canada as well. We know that Prime Minister Trudeau is now resigning and waiting for a successor. And that will be an exciting day for the people of Canada. We've spoken to many Canadian friends who are now here for the MAGA rally and also for the inauguration tomorrow. And also friends from Australia and many international outlets, whether it be Italian, Spanish, or even Japanese. People are focused on what's happening in the Western world and throughout the entire continent. So, and I'm joined now by my lovely co-host, MAGA Megyn Kelly, and we'll grab that right there and read about Angel Paste, a wonderful sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. This does absolute wonders, and I tested this on my hands back in the studio with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, and I'm telling you, had really dry hands that day. This works so well on your skin. Hundreds of 5-star reviews out of from the RSBN viewers themselves. They tell you all about it online. And this is out of Spring, Texas, a great veteran-owned company. They hire veterans as well. Everything is sourced and made in the USA. Angel Paste Miracle Cream, created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. The most popular Angel Paste is the orange because of the immune boost it gives your body, and Jasmine Miracle Cream, which repels mosquitoes, those nasty, pesky things which you get a lot of down in Houston, Texas, that's for sure. The vanilla is packed full of skin-plumping vitamin B, and the sandalwood is perfect for men. I'm telling you guys, the Miracle Mist is a great spray that cleanses and soothes your skin, but it doesn't dry out. Perfect for guys because it comes in this black glass bottle, and it's good for a manly man, and you can still grab that tackle box without it slipping out of your hand, so don't worry about feeling less manly as a result. Angel Paste has been supporting President Trump since the escalator and is a Christian-owned company. And again, as I mentioned, they hire veterans. So why don't you go to angelpaste.com, and that is angelpaste.com once again, and read the glowing reviews. You can even get 10% off with RSBN. A nice little code, easy to remember, angelpaste.com.
Wonderful, and it's so important to pay attention to what you're putting on your skin as well as what you're eating. So the Make America Healthy Again movement also has to do with cosmetics. So huge thank you to Angel Paste, great ingredients, nice and clean, and it works well, as you said. So check it out. We love that for our RSBN viewers.
An exciting time here, Megyn, that really it harkens back, gives me memories of what we experienced on the campaign trail. I see some vests actually coming in, and we saw a lot of garbage bags outside because it was raining, a little light mist outside today, but some used that as a raincoat as they were coming to visit, but maybe it had somewhat of a double meaning, as we know that President Biden called these great MAGA supporters garbage, and we saw in Green Bay, Wisconsin, that President Trump brought that beautiful garbage truck and said, this is dedicated to President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. We are going to make America great again. And he wore that orange vest. And I loved how he brought so much humor to the campaign, because it really brought so much hope and love to this entire movement.
I agree 100%. And what an iconic moment in the campaign. We got to witness that live. It was breaking news while we were waiting for our rally to begin in Green Bay that President Trump was going for that little photo op in the garbage truck with his vest on. So many iconic moments throughout this election season, and especially when he went to go work at McDonald's. That was another great one. Of course, the Butler rally when he had his fists in the air, that iconic photo there, and that heroism. He was so brave. And President Trump is just such a leader. He's entertaining, he's funny, obviously brilliant, he's a great negotiator, and he truly has changed the trajectory of American culture altogether. So, wonderful man. I would say he's the most iconic in our history.
He's definitely up there, Megyn. I think of great presidents like Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. Go into the modern ones, JFK, Ronald Reagan, such similar policies to President Trump. And I like to bring up the fact that when Japan was manipulating its currency in 1987, Ronald Reagan, the great free market capitalist, slapped that 100% tariff on them to bring them to the table. It's all about strengthening national defense, peace through strength, a diplomatic policy that gives more money back to you, the American people, and your wallet, and does not penalize you for wanting to be successful and to take care of your family. These gentlemen who stood up against the deep state and the military-industrial complex, and JFK giving his life truly for the country as a result, Ronald Reagan facing an assassination attempt, President Trump at least 2 or 3 now, if you include the Iranian National Guard that was trolling the Trump premises and the Mar-a-Lago and properties, and I'm sure they will be gone very soon as we have many illegal migrants. We'll see the big, beautiful exit come tomorrow.
That's exactly right. And speaking of American values, America first, conservative values, listen to this. Are you looking for a voice that truly represents your values? AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, founded in 2007, AMAC was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. Today, AMAC is over 2 million members strong and growing. The mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, advocate for common sense policies, and offer incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine. From exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and everyday services to a strong voice in Washington, AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits, it's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. And right now, regardless of your age, they're offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. I know why they picked that number. 47% off for our 47th president. So check it out at amac.us/RSBN. That's amac.us/RSBN to check out their to take advantage of the special offer. Again, that's amac.us/RSBN. Join AMAC and become part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and for your future.
An exciting time for the American people, as it really is we the people, Megyn, versus this bloated bureaucracy, this deep state that Speaker Johnson just 2.5 short weeks ago pledged in his speakership, starting that along with the 119th Congress, saying simply, America does not elect a fourth ghost branch of government. They elect representatives and a president within the legislative and judicial branches, and of course, the legislative and executive, of course, the judicial branch, co-equal branches of government to preserve the beauty that is American liberty. And we've seen now Christopher Wray already leaving town and an acting FBI director in place until Kash Patel finally has his hearing scheduled and will, I think, get through that Senate confirmation and really make some much-needed reforms at the Department of Justice.
That's right, and President Trump and his powerhouse team of his cabinet, his whole administration that he's putting together, all these people are so strong and brave to stand up against the corruption, the political machine that has been building for decades and decades and decades. And it's time to dismantle all the corruption at all of the federal agencies, especially the Department of Justice, like you said, USDA, FDA. I mean, DOJ is coming in with Elon Musk to make sure that we're making sure that we have the Department of Government Efficiency to make sure that we're not wasting money, all of our Americans' taxpayer dollars going to waste on what? I mean, the government says they're going to protect us, says they're going to make sure they take care of our infrastructure. I mean, look what happened in California. Did the government protect their people in California? The answer is no. People's houses burned down to the ground, and they talk about we're going to take care of the infrastructure. We still have potholes all over the place with the roads, illegal immigrants, criminals all over the place throughout the country. It doesn't even matter which area you live in. It doesn't have to be on the border. Anywhere across the country is increasingly becoming more and more unsafe. So it's time for our government to stand up and do what we are electing them to do. We essentially hire our leaders to protect us and make sure that they're running America efficiently. And that's what President Trump's administration is finally going to do. And what a relief that is.
No, it really is. And Governor Newsom actually spoke to the fact that back in 2018, 2019, when you had those Northern California fires and President Trump was swift bringing in that FEMA assistance, he actually said, word for word, verbatim, President Trump, promises made, promises kept. Thank you for everything you're doing for California. And quite frankly, we have not kept up with our forest management. And now you have roughly 6 years after that debacle, what's happened has been such a tragedy for Southern California. And our thoughts and prayers are with our friends in the Golden State. And we still have problems from that hurricane that came through Alabama and Georgia and western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee. People homeless and left to be alone. Asheville completely destroyed, and FEMA with a terrible, lackluster response. Thankfully, some of these southeastern states have really good governors or governors who are able to respond, and great Samaritans like Reverend Franklin Graham at Samaritan's Purse, who helped so extensively bringing the love of Christ to those in need. And you think about the last few weeks and months, the billions and billions more sent over to Ukraine. When will it actually be America first? I think here in a few short hours, roughly 21 hours from now, President Trump taking that oath of office.
That's right. And if you look back to President Trump's inaugural address in 2017, he discussed how he is acknowledging that the wealth of the middle class Americans is being ripped away from them and redistributed across the world. And you look fast forward to now, that's what's happening. We're sending so much money over to Ukraine while there's Americans in this country who are struggling. Of course, there's homeless vets on the street. There's people with mental health problems, other homeless people on the street, and then just your everyday, regular, middle-class American that's trying to work hard and make something of themselves, get ahead in life. It's becoming more and more expensive to purchase a home or get a new car, especially with the EPA regulations going up all the time. The price of cars are going up. And I want to talk about cash for clunkers again, because it's been a minute since I went on a cash for clunkers rant. So back in 2009, right after the housing crisis, when Obama was in office, he thought it was a great idea to put into place the Cash for Clunkers Act. So it was basically a bait and switch with the name, first of all, because it wasn't cash for clunkers. It was a credit to purchase a new car. So it wasn't cash. It was a credit toward a new car. And the whole point of it was that they wanted you, the whole point was that they wanted you to get a car with better gas mileage to help the environment. So it's all about the EPA regulations, right? So it also wasn't clunkers either, because it had to be drivable cars that were under 25 years old with a year of insurance history. So it wasn't clunkers either. It wasn't cash or clunkers, but that was the name of it. So what had ended up happening was people would bring in their really cool, 1992 Toyota Supra, and then they would buy a brand new Prius, for example, and then what the government would then do is take that Supra and order it to be destroyed. They would order it to be destroyed. So now that also hurts the secondhand car market, because people are going to try to find their favorite older cars from the 80s and 90s, for example, or even the 2000s, and then all the cars are destroyed. So when the Democrats try to say that their policies, or they're trying to act like they're for the little guy, how is that for the little guy when people could have been using those cars, but the government ordered them destroyed? And that was almost 1 million cars. I want to say it was around 700,000 that were destroyed, and you could not go buy parts for them. It ruined everything for the car lovers across America. We're standing up for you. If I had anything to do with it, I would have stopped cash for clunkers.
Well, think about it, Megyn. It's truly the antithesis of the Biden-Obama agenda that is now facing its last hours of a big government, deep state, bureaucratic policies that are really harming the middle class at the end of the day. And President Trump really turning the Republican model into the party of the working class, the party of people like Bobby Kennedy Jr. and his late great father and uncle as well. I don't think they would be Democrats in this modern party.
That's right. But over here, we support Republicans, and I want to tell you about this company that also supports Republicans. It's time to celebrate the golden age of America with Republican Red Winery's iconic wines. Whether you prefer white, red, or sparkling, Republican Red Winery has a wine for you with labels that your conservative friends and family are going to love. So here's what you need to know about America's favorite winery. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to signal their beliefs and inspire lively conversations. Since then, over 50,000 customers agree that patriotic labels are a hit and the quality of the wine is outstanding. Republican Red Winery is a family-run operation dedicated to preserving conservative values. In fact, sale proceeds are used to fund Republican and conservative organizations across the country so they can continue to have great impacts on our communities and elections. The wines are only available at republicanred.com, so order now and your bottles will be shipped directly to your doorstep. To our fellow RSBN viewers, we'd like to give you an exclusive discount code to help you secure your bottles. Simply enter the code RSBN at checkout to receive an additional $5 off. Act now. Visit republicanred.com to select your wines today. Again, their website is republicanred.com. Wine for the right side.
Wonderful company, and it's right in wine country, too. They are experts at what they do, and it's nice to have a voice where you know that your money and dollars going to something so positive and something so refreshing as well. If you enjoy those Wine Wednesdays, or why not bring a 45, 47 bottle right on over to a liberal family member of yours. It might be fun.
That's right. And I think it would be great to put together a party of all your friends and family to celebrate America's golden age. So why not make it all red, white, and blue? Get some Republican red wine. You can have some Trump-themed cookies maybe. There's all kinds of great stuff you can do. And it's time to celebrate because it's truly the beginning of America's golden age.
And I know how you like to throw a nice house party of different delectables such as non-GMOs,
Exactly.
all different kinds of meats and cheeses and great
pasture-raised,
drinks.
of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Organic.
How can we go astray from that? That it would be really a travesty, of course, and so much to celebrate here at the first MAGA rally of 2025 here at the beautiful Washington, D.C. 60th presidential inauguration. You can see everything in the background here as people are filing in, and rehearsals you might hear right behind us as well. So an exciting time for President Trump as the Trumps enjoyed fireworks last night at their golf club in Sterling, Virginia. And we saw Don Jr. as we were leaving the Hispanic Ball yesterday, dropping in to say hello. So much that this family has generously offered in order to make America great again.
There were so many incredible celebrations going on last night. We were, of course, at the official Hispanic inaugural ball last night. And, of course, it was a surprise guest to have Bobby Kennedy there, RFK Jr. I was so excited. And he was talking about making America healthy again, of course. And he was discussing how the Latino community is some of the sickest people, some of the sickest Americans here in the United States. And he's dedicated to changing that. There's no reason that our children should be so sick, obese. Autism is on the rise, chronic illnesses are on the rise, and America's children, that's our future. So he's dedicated to, of course, helping America's children who are the sickest in modern history, and of course, older generations as well. He wants health and prosperity for all Americans, so it was great to see Bobby last night. So many amazing speakers, too. We saw Ted Cruz, Bernie Moreno of Ohio, and a bunch of others. A great mariachi band. Wow, they were spectacular.
Just an outstanding party, and each night there is the ball of the balls, and we had a chance to speak off camera to the great Matt and Mercedes Schlapp of CPAC, and Mercedes mentioned this is really the one to be at tonight, and it did not disappoint, of course. A special interview with former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who faced so much of the lawfare from the FBI tapping his phones when he was serving as Illinois' 42nd governor, and then connecting with President Trump initially over Celebrity Apprentice, but then President Trump commuting his sentence because he went through the same thing. This man was sentenced to 14 years for political speech, for saying that Barack Obama's open seat when he became president, that seat in the Senate was golden, quote unquote. Well, that's political speech. Governors get to choose that vacant seat for the Senate, just as Governor DeSantis has designated Ashley Moody, the Attorney General of Florida, to take Marco Rubio's spot after he is selected and confirmed as our nation's next Secretary of State. So wonderful to interview him, and of course a lovely keynote from President Javier Milei from the great country of Argentina. Hispanic people care about family values, they care about going to church, they care about MAGA, and they want to make North America and South America great again, all of the Americas, because we have such a shared heritage.
So true. And a note on what you were talking about with the governor. What a disgrace that he was thrown in jail as a political prisoner. And then there's women and children being raped and killed in the streets of America today because of the illegal immigration crisis that we have in this country with an open border. And it goes to show the ridiculous priorities that are within this justice system and what's going on with the police. It's a disgrace, it's a mess, and it makes me sick to my stomach to think about people like him. He's such an upstanding citizen. He's pro-America. He's America first. He's pro-MAGA. And for him to be taken in as a political prisoner, along with the January 6ers, it makes me so upset. So I'm happy to see that these people are going to be brought to justice. And it all starts tomorrow, January 20th, with President Trump getting back in office, and it's going to be such a relief. This is why we voted for President Trump, because of this ridiculousness. Everything's upside down with the Biden administration, and America is sick of it.
And we know from talking to MAGA patriots outside this morning, outside this beautiful Capital One arena, that some are most looking forward to the commutations and the pardons of the J6 prisoners. In some cases, people being in complete solitary confinement and away from any human interaction other than having meals brought to them, truly tortured for simply walking into the Capitol or even being on the Capitol grounds. Again, I'd like to ask Christopher Wray, who seemingly is going to now retire, where is Ray Epps? Where were your other agents on the ground that day that tried to create a coup? And then you have these poor people suffering in prison simply for expressing their First Amendment rights. It's horrible what's happened to them. They have not been guaranteed that speedy trial, which our Sixth Amendment ensures us to have under our founding documents. So President Trump coming back to fight for the average, everyday American and their rights under God.
That sounds like a dictatorship to me, what you just described. How people who are just standing up for their own political beliefs get thrown in as a political prisoner and essentially tortured for what they believe in. They didn't commit any crimes, they didn't do anything crazy, and then that's what happens to them. And then the Democrats have the nerve to come over here and try to call Republicans and Donald Trump dictators. it's just ridiculous. You have to look at the true facts of what's actually happening, and people are waking up to this nonsense.
So sad to see that out there, but now a new dawn, a new day, a golden era for America. And if you're just joining us, we're at the Capital One Arena. I'm Bobby McNeely with MAGA Maha Megyn Kelly, as we brought you some unbridled access once again here at Right Side Broadcasting of all the pre-inaugural ceremonies. We also have our classy Christina Loren in the field. You might have seen her at Arlington National Cemetery. Of course, a great interview with Mike Lindell and some of our newer congressmen on the Hill about what they want to achieve during their 10 years while in office.
That's right. And let me tell you about one of our favorite sponsors, Colonial Metals. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today. Maybe it's you or a family member you're concerned about. It's time to take control of your future. Don't let bad policies and record inflation take away your lifetime of hard work. Our sponsor, Colonial Metals Group, helped me with my goal of protecting my financial future, having a self-directed IRA where I can safely store gold and silver, assets that have stood the test of time, no matter what the economy or the government policies are, which makes sense to me. Colonial Metals Group has helped me to create a self-directed IRA where I can have direct access to my assets. If you have an IRA, 401k, or another type of retirement account, you need to go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country, and they help Americans take control and safeguard their future. Their team of experts specialize in protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical gold and silver. Go to their website, freegoldguide.com/RSBN, for your Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit, created specifically for our followers. That's freegoldguide.com/RSBN, or give them a call at 866-317-2159. Qualified applicants can receive up to $10,000 in additional silver to their account, so call now.
An exciting sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting. Megyn, what's been your favorite highlight so far since we've been nearly a week in our nation's capital?
I just love seeing all the patriots gathering here in Washington, D.C., all coming together, all so excited. The enthusiasm's through the roof. And today, actually, when we were outside talking with people, doing some interviews, and we looked out on the crowd, there was a surfboard with Donald Trump dancing on top of it, like a cutout of him dancing, and it was crowd surfing through the crowd. And there was music playing, there were flags raised, and I just love seeing the enthusiasm of the American people, because it's been such a dark, grim time during the COVID era and when Biden has been in office, and people are suffering. And now with Donald Trump coming back into office, it's such a breath of fresh air. It's a beacon of hope, and we're ready for America's golden age to begin.
It's going to be a special time for sure, and that's what I was reminded of this morning. Even in the cold temperatures and the rain, people still enjoying each other's company. It's such a large crowd. Over 50,000, even lining up back to early this morning as we got there really at the crack of dawn to prepare to bring this great coverage to you, the American people. And some people had been camping overnight since 1 in the morning, midnight in some cases, 3 in the morning, and the cheery nature of everyone and the good-hearted nature. And that's what we saw consistently through Trump rallies, the generous nature of Trump supporters. And they aren't pieces of garbage. They aren't deplorables. They are actually really wonderful people. And I've enjoyed hearing the stories of those who create their own new circles of gold and new networks, meeting friends that become life friends as a result, and even interviewing some of our friends over the course of time that end up meeting each other and falling in love. I mean, such beautiful stories we've seen on the campaign trail as we've traveled miles and miles and miles across this great country to lead to this moment, to bring Donald John Trump back to our nation's capital as the 47th president of the United States.
That's right. It really does feel like your family is coming together when you come to the Trump rallies, because everyone's in a good mood, everyone's happy, everyone's got shared values, and you just feel like when you come to a Trump rally, you look around, you're talking with everyone, like you said, everyone's very generous and kind, and you just feel like these are my people. I'll never forget my first Trump rally back in 2015, 2016, and I felt like the mainstream media was trying to demonize anybody who wanted Trump to be the president. And I was one of those very early supporters. I wanted Donald Trump to be the president when Obama was in office. So I was on the Trump train before the Trump train even took off from the station. Let's just put it that way. And basically, the mainstream media tries to make you feel like you're the crazy one. And then I go to the Trump rallies and I see all these other people believing in the same things as me. And then I realize, oh, I'm not the crazy one. They're the crazy one. So they did a great job trying to brainwash everybody. But I think by now, 10 years later, after Trump has announced his run for president, 10 years later, I think the American people have truly woken up. And of course, it was a roller coaster. We had to go through some trials and tribulations. The COVID era and Biden being in office, terrible policies. The Democrat policies have been detrimental to the people of the U.S. just across the board in all states and all cities. And now people are really waking up. And I love talking about the protesters and the hecklers because I do think that when the hecklers would come into the Trump rallies to try to disrupt, they started hearing the message, and then I think a light bulb went off in their head, and they're like, wait, that makes sense. That makes sense, because they were actually seeing the full speech that Donald Trump would give at his rallies versus what the mainstream media would do is take little sound bites here and there. I remember when I was watching the full speeches on TV or YouTube, wherever I was looking it up around the 2016 era, and then I would go to CNN, for example, or MSNBC or Fox or whichever one, and I would go back and watch what they had to say. And especially CNN and MSNBC would take a little clip and twist it and completely change what Trump said. He would be telling a whole story. They would take one little soundbite and completely twist and manipulate what he said. And then I'd be yelling at my TV and I'd say, that's not what he meant. So when you actually sit there and watch the entire thing for yourself, you realize what the actual message is and everyone's on board with it. So it makes sense why there's no hecklers in here anymore, because they probably converted to Trump supporters.
And that spurred the dawn and the birth of a great network known as Right Side Broadcasting, nearly a decade in the making. Thank you to Joe and Bridget Seals and Mama Seals for their great vision in bringing this content to you, the American people, along with our great sponsors and, of course, our viewership at home. Thank you for tuning in, and please like, share, and subscribe on your favorite social media app, because 4 short years ago, we know that there was cancellations. Even this network canceled on YouTube for a period of time. President Trump banned from Facebook and then Twitter. 4 short years later, freedom of speech restored and defended online thanks to great organizations like True Social, and of course the purchase of Twitter by Elon Musk. I mean, having X now has been a game changer, so we appreciate you. And please like and share and subscribe this content so we keep spreading the word so that more people can see the truth that is truly out there.
That's right, and that's what makes RSBN so special, is because we truly show you the entire program. We don't cut the cameras. We don't stand here and talk in front of the speakers. When the speakers come on, we depart and we let you watch it and listen for your own eyes and ears so you can understand what's actually happening. We try to describe the scene for you. We pan the camera, we show the crowds, when other networks back in the day would never show crowds. They would always say, oh, no one's at Trump rallies, no one's at Trump rallies. And then we're all like, what are you talking about? There's seats filled all the way up to the ceiling. So that's what makes RSBN so special. And we have freedom of speech. When we come on, we get to say what we believe is on our heart and what we believe that the American people need to hear. So huge thank you to RSBN for letting us do what we do, and thank you to all of you who watch us here. And you mentioned Truth Social, and if you're just tuning in and you haven't seen President Trump's post on TikTok, I'd like to read it for you. I'm asking companies to not let TikTok stay dark. I will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. The order will also confirm that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. I would like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in a joint venture. By doing this, we've saved TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. Without U.S. approval, there's no TikTok. With our approval, it is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe trillions. So, of course, Donald Trump, the great negotiator, the businessman that he is, he's doing what he can to work with the Chinese to make sure that we can keep TikTok in the United States, but do it safely.
The adults are back in town and in charge, and it's so refreshing to see that. And what a pile to have before you as you're eager to go to work, right? For President Trump, so much to fix in these next few hours. And we've even seen with the Israeli-Hamas plea deal that took place, we now will be receiving 3 female hostages. Thank God they're coming home. 30 will be then released over the coming days and weeks. In turn, 700 Hamas really bad guys, murderers, will be released back into freedom. But there was a rabbi speaking this morning regarding that situation, and he said that because of Donald Trump coming back into office, they should run as fast as they can because they will be hunted down once again. This was all about getting those hostages home into freedom and safety. And this is eerily reminiscent of what happened in 1981 when Jimmy Carter, his failed foreign policy led to Ronald Reagan coming into office and the hostages in Iran being finally returned home upon President Reagan taking the oath of office.
It's definitely a delicate situation when you're trying to negotiate what you're going to do with these other world leaders. It's a terrible situation, and I trust Donald Trump is the man to do the right thing on behalf of the United States citizens that are still hostages over there. So he's going to bring them back, and he said if they're not released, then there's going to be hell to pay. So we'll see what happens.
And we will have a heavenly presentation today, as you see in the background, maybe here in the background as well. The Capital One Arena now starting to fill up for the 60th presidential inauguration ceremonies underway, enjoying this beautiful weekend here in Washington, D.C. We'll have the Village people here today. We also will hear from the great Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA, and also the Hulkamaniac himself is allegedly in the building, ready to run wild on you, brother, because this guy, it was so cool to see the celebrities who were really non-political in their careers over the last, say, 30, 40 years of American entertainment. But to see people like Hulk Hogan and Brett Favre come out and say, when my hero got shot, Donald Trump, or when I think about the future my family could have, how scary that could be under Kamala Harris and progressive socialism, wow, Donald Trump is the way to go. And these celebrities, they weren't paid for their endorsement. They weren't paid for coming and talking on behalf of the MAGA movement. They wanted to simply make a difference for their country because they love America. We know Harpo Studios and Oprah made several million off of the Kamala Harris interview. We know that Beyonce promised to perform for everyone at the Harris rally, did not do that. So I'd rather have these celebrities on our side than those goofballs on the other side of the aisle.
I agree, and you can definitely tell that all those celebrities that were at Kamala's rallies were bought and paid for. I mean, Cardi B got up there and she couldn't even riff off of the teleprompter. When the teleprompter turned off, she couldn't even come up with anything to say. So that shows that she didn't have true passion in her heart for the Kamala Harris run for president. If she really loved and cared, she would say, you know what? Everything turned off, but I have something to say. Then she would pour her heart out, but she had nothing to say. She got nervous. And yeah, it is nerve-wracking being in front of people, that's for sure. But she didn't have anything passionately from her heart to speak to the American people at that rally.
And we know President Trump, when that teleprompter has fallen because of wind or whatever it might have been outside, he would say, oh, yeah, I don't need this. It's so great to have a president who does not need a teleprompter. And it really is amazing to see how he can riff on several different topics and what he is passionate about at each and every one of his rallies and speeches. Just like we do here at Right Side Broadcasting, we don't use a teleprompter. I was going to say that too. We are speaking from the heart. We analyze, we comment, we report, we host, and we let you, the viewer, decide. But we share with you the truth of what some outlets will not share. They won't share the crowd size. They won't want to talk to the people who spend hours and hours lining up to come to see their favorite president. And we think here at Right Side Broadcasting that's worthwhile. So unlike everyone else in the business, we are there for you, trying to be your real authentic voice for the American viewer. And some international. We met some Australian friends who watch us on a regular basis. So thank you to our international viewers as well.
There are some patriotic, freedom-loving viewers across the world, and Trump supporters, of course, because they believe in what Trump stands for, but they want that for their country. So they wish that they had a Canadian version of Trump, or where else were people from? Spanish version of Trump. They wanted to have someone who's strong and bold enough to stand up for what's right for their country, to put their country first, and to stand up for traditional values, conservative values. And I think that Trump is an international sensation. Trump has not only swept the nation of the United States, but he's also a global phenomenon. And I think his bravery is catching on. That energy is really picking up around the world.
And if you have not been to a rally, we can hear it right now, but sometimes the wave starts or different chants. It's like going to a sporting event. And of course, this is the home to the 2018 World Champion Capitals. If you're a big fan of hockey, of course, the Wizards and the Mystics play here. If you enjoy the NBA and the WNBA, and so many of these beautiful arenas across the country converted into MAGA headquarters, as we have traveled miles and miles to bring you this unbridled coverage of a movement that really is just growing, that even President Trump has said is bigger than solely him. And he has clearly inspired people to run for office, whether that be J.D. Vance as his running mate, or even now Vivek Ramaswamy announcing he is running for governor of your home state of Ohio in 2026. So exciting to see millennials getting involved in the process, and even some of those Gen Zers. I'd like to highlight, actually, a friend of mine was texting me, State Representative Joe Mitchell of Iowa. If you're watching, sir, thank you for all you do with Run Gen Z, getting the message out there. I know he's here in Washington, enjoying the inaugural proceedings. This gentleman helps recruit young Gen Zers to run for city council offices, state rep offices, and even higher up the food chain, because in some states, sometimes the only threshold or requirement is that you are a resident of the state for however many years that's required, also a United States citizen for a period of time, but in some cases you only need to be 18 years old to run for office, so why not get involved? Some of our founders who signed our declaration were only 18. Think about that. We think of them as super old men because many of them live these long, healthy, robust, and fulfilled lives, but so many of them told Great Britain, no, we will not live under tyranny. And I'm only a teenager. I'm not going to back down when it comes to defending the great Republican values of our nation.
And I feel that really needs to be taught in history, and that sentiment right there needs to be expressed to young people who are learning about this, because if you think your age is going to stop you from getting involved, think again. Our founding fathers were so young, some of them teenagers, early 20s, mid-20s, and now we still, in today's day and age, sometimes they act like if you're 30, you're still a child. They think, oh, you're 30, too young, oh. And now look at J.D. Vance as a millennial, and he's going to be the vice president. Amazing. It's so inspiring.
And if there's a book you can read that actually relates to this, but from more of a Christian perspective and a cultural perspective, the Catholic apologist, Australian-American, actually he lives up in Ohio, a great man, Megyn Kelly, wrote a book directly on this concept, and it's called The Greatest Lie in Christianity, and he goes through all of the ages of great Americans and great people around the world who did extraordinary things, and how young and how old they were. So it completely changes your perception of, oh, can I really do this at this point in my life? If God is allowing that into your life and has put it on your heart, His will be done. Just as Pete Hegseth said at his confirmation hearing at the Senate just a few days ago. His will be done, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Can I get an amen?
Amen to that. And if you're feeling you're too young or too old to do anything, don't believe that, because you can start over, you can start fresh, you can start a new goal, you can start a new career, whatever it might be, you can get involved. And if you've never been involved in politics before, but you believe in your heart that it's time to stand up and do what you feel is right for your area, maybe it's a local political club or affiliation or something in your state, go for it. What's stopping you? Don't let limiting beliefs get in the way of your calling.
You have nothing to lose when the Lord is on your side. There's no doubt about that. And look at President Trump. It's really significant if you put it even aside the great policies that are fighting for the American worker, the fact that he did come down that escalator. And I wonder, I'm looking around tonight, are we going to highlight maybe a recreation of that? I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. But this rally will really be a token to the decade of this MAGA movement. And the fact that he said it's about time someone who knows something about money starts running things around here. And he really stopped the crooked, evil Hillary Clinton. We see how miserable she is and how much of a performance artist she is. President Biden, truly, are you really concerned about tech oligarchy and all of these other things you're allegedly worried about in your farewell address when you give Hillary Clinton and George Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom, two people who have worked so hard to enrich themselves and destroy the United States? President Trump stopped that evil from taking hold in the Oval Office, and he will return by ultimately crushing that progressive agenda that has really harmed us in the early 21st century.
That's right. And of course, President Biden the other day has been already taking credit for Trump's booming economy that we are just on the brink of. Everyone knows that President Trump is a successful businessman. He knows what he's doing. He's built several businesses. He's a great negotiator. He's going to efficiently run our government and especially our economy. And you think back to Barack Obama didn't even hit 3% GDP growth, which is the standard to keep up with the population and such. Every president has done that before, but Barack Obama never hit it once. So that's why I think that President Trump got elected in the first place. The economy was not doing well, and then of course Biden gets in and messed things up a little bit. But now President Trump's back, and when Biden was discussing his concerns about the tech oligarchy and this and that, and then he talks about the economy, and he said the seeds have been planted. It's going to take a couple years to see the fruits of our labor and the fruits of everything that we've been planting. So he specifically said it's going to take a couple years, meaning when we're well into Trump's booming economy, Biden is right now taking credit for that. So he already knows that the economy is about to be doing amazing. And I thought that was really funny when Biden was running, and then of course when Kamala took his place and was not elected, she was installed to take the place as the nominee for president, that they were running on, oh, we need to fix the economy. And I said, you're in office right now. Like, Joe Biden was in office at that moment, and Kamala was vice president. Why are you not doing something about it right now? Why are you going out looking at the crowd and saying, yeah, gas prices are too high, yeah, groceries are too high? It's your fault. It was literally their own fault, and they're trying to campaign on that? How are you going to campaign on a failed administration? Makes no sense. So Donald Trump is back. He's going to clean this mess up, and we cannot wait.
Well, Speaker Johnson also was interviewed regarding this and shared really quite a frightening story that it was going all the way back to October of 2023 when he became the Speaker. He was asking really politely, firmly but politely, for a meeting with the President of the United States, being that office, Speaker, is second in line to the presidency. And it was regarding national security. He finally got a meeting weeks and weeks, months, in fact, later, and that's when he started to see the cognitive decline of President Biden. The reporter asked an example of Speaker Johnson. He said he went over to the White House and realized immediately as he went into the Oval expecting it to be a private meeting with Biden, he was there with Harris, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, also different staff members surrounding Biden. Finally, Biden asked them all to leave just to be one-on-one with Speaker Johnson. When this occurs, they all gasped. This is according to Speaker Johnson. They all leave the Oval Office, and he said, "Sir, I have one concern right now, that you have given over the natural gas initiatives that are now funding Russia in their war against Ukraine." And he looked at him all confused and said, "Mike, no, I didn't." And he said, "No, sir, you did. I can go get that from your secretary right now. We could read it through together." So he knew in that moment that President Biden has not been fully capable in his faculties and is clearly suffering from dementia. And if we had a fair and free press in this country, regardless of ideology or background or analysis, they would then look at this and say, this is a true problem. Remember how they criticized Ronald Reagan, even John McCain as a candidate where there was not clear signs of old age or even dementia in that regard, where President Biden has clearly been lacking in the comprehension. I mean, to fall up the stairs of Air Force One. We wish him well in his retirement, but this administration has done such damage to the American people and especially the American middle class. It was a joy to speak to the longshoremen outside from New Jersey about how the ports in some cases are controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you have Communist Party members sitting on these private American boards. That's not going to happen anymore under President Trump.
That's right. And the Democrats like to say they're for the little guy. But when you take a look at their actions and when they implement their policies, you see that it truly hurts the little guy. It decimates the middle class, and it's not good for anybody that's like lower income, really, or middle class, because, again, about my cash for clunkers rant, when they ordered to destroy all the cars that were turned in for the program, there were single moms that could have used those cars. There were lower income families that could have used those cars. Right. There was a college student that could have used that car. But no, the government ordered them to be destroyed, and you couldn't even go get them for parts in the junkyard anymore. So if you had that car and you're like, oh, my transmission went out, I'm going to go to the junkyard and try to find it because they don't make this car anymore. No, all the parts are gone. So the used car market, the pricing got all messed up because of supply and demand, of course, and then all these perfectly usable cars, because that was part of the Cash for Clunkers program, is that the cars that you turned in had to be drivable and under 25 years old. So how is that for the little guy? How did that improve anything for the little guy? If you really take a step back and look at their policies, it's absolutely not. And then when I drive around and I look at the yard signs to see who supported Trump, who supported Harris in this past election, when you drive around to all the very, very ritzy neighborhoods, the very expensive neighborhoods, you see that they're all for Harris. So it's self-interest is why they're voting for Democrats. So it's really the party of the very high elites, and then I guess the people who are illegals coming in that hopefully they're going to, not hopefully, but they're hoping to give amnesty and things like that. So the middle class, the most common, regular American that just wants to have a nice, good, comfortable, safe life, that's not for the Democrats anymore. The Democrats are getting rid of all of that, the American dream that the middle class wants. And Donald Trump stands up for the middle class because he understands that to have a strong middle class means you have a strong country. If you look across the board and the majority of Americans have a good, safe life, a good, safe neighborhood to live in, a house, a car, groceries in their fridge, they can maybe go on a vacation or two a year and enjoy their lives, enjoy their families, send their kids to school. That's what it's all about. And President Trump is standing up for that American dream that's been decimated by the Biden administration.
And that's ultimately why Bobby Kennedy left the Democrat Party, because they rigged the system against him. Their third election in a row where the DNC really did that to a presidential candidate. But you have him stating that exact fact, Megyn, as you just beautifully laid out, that his father would always tell him that these are our people, middle-class people to fight for, to be the voice of the voiceless. And that Democrat Party, demos Greek for of the people, has really become the party of the elite, the party of the 1%, the party that seems to be tone deaf on so many core issues facing everyday Americans, from inflation to grocery prices to the price at the pump. And now with an administration that's in tune to caring for the American people with that Big Ten philosophy, we will likely see golden days, better days, not so far ahead. In fact, just a few short hours from now, we are at 3:30 Eastern. So that is roughly now 20 hours and 30 minutes or so until President Trump takes that oath of office.
Less than 24 hours until President Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States and gets started on his executive orders, and we're going to close the border in less than 24 hours. Cannot wait for that. Mass deportations are going to begin, getting the criminal, illegal immigrants out of our communities. We're going to make America safe again. Women and children are not going to be killed or raped anymore by these illegal immigrants that were not supposed to be here in the first place. Innocent Americans losing their lives due to Democrat policies allowing these criminals in our communities. all that's over with. That's not going to happen anymore under President Trump, and he's starting that as soon as he gets in office.
And that Lincoln-Riley Act, of course, getting through the Congress, but awaiting President Trump's signature. So the 119th really hitting the ground running with the MAGA agenda, the 20 promises that became the Republican points for the election. Really a sequel to Speaker Newt Gingrich's contract with America that happened back in '94, 30 years ago. This second round of great reforms that will truly make America great again.
We cannot wait to see what happens next with President Trump's executive orders, and of course the TikTok ban is still in the works. He's working something out on that, and of course he does want TikTok to be up and running for tomorrow, because he said the American people deserve to see our great inauguration process on Monday. So stay tuned for that. As of right now, when you open TikTok, a window pops up and says, sorry, it's temporarily disabled, something along those lines. But that's in the works, and President Trump's working on that TikTok situation.
And of course, Biden leaving that on the table for President Trump to solve. But we'd rather have President Trump solving it than Joseph R. Biden Jr. 50 years of really always being on the wrong side of history. And you can read about it from different cabinet members who actually served under George W. Bush and Barack Obama, their interactions with Joe Biden as vice president, as senator, and stating that he was on the wrong side of history at nearly every turn. In fact, he was the one voice in the room when the national security team was assembled that ultimately took out Osama bin Laden when President Obama made that order. So the man has had a foreign policy that really has been against the benefit of the United States, perhaps most egregiously welcoming the Chinese Communist Party into the World Trade Organization when he was a senator back in 2000.
Now, Bobby, what are your thoughts on the amount of time between Election Day and Inauguration Day? So, of course, Joe Biden was not reelected, but he's still in office, so he's had a decent amount of time to do more damage on his way out of the White House and leaving a mess for President Trump to clean up. Of course, he's been doing that for 4 years, but of course, this period, a lame duck period of time. So what do you think about that? Do you think the dates should be changed at all? And also, because inauguration is in January and there's very cold temperatures, we may or may not be able to be outside due to that. So what do you think we should do or not do about Election Day and Inauguration Day?
Well, this used to be done on March 4th, historically, given the birth of our nation and the birth of our founding documents, that Constitution that gave us that government. Of course, the very first inauguration was in New York City, then our nation's capital, when the father of our country, General George Washington, became our first president, along with John Adams as our first vice president of the United States. Back then, you didn't run on a ticket together. It was those who ran opposed. Whoever got number one became president. Number two was therefore vice president. But really, because of the election of 1800, that started to change because the House of Representatives had to make that decision. So to make a very long-winded answer to your question, Megan, I think right now, let's keep that around January 20th. We've been doing that more in modern history because there needs to be time for the states to certify and, of course, for the House of Representatives to certify as they did on January 6th. So you need that gap of time. But perhaps spring would be nicer a little bit weather-wise to ensure those celebrations. But gosh, I'm so excited to see finally President Trump coming back January 20th, because that time between November 5th and now has felt like eons and eons, like an eternity ago. Even though we're celebrating the holidays during that time, Biden tried like hell to really paralyze the United States and spend as much money as possible in his lame duck session.
Well, I have an idea that we could do right now that doesn't really change anything per se, but what we could do is make November 5th, Election Day, a federal holiday.
Right.
So give people the day off work and school to make sure that they can go vote, because it's really important to have same day in-person voting with voter ID and paper ballots. That's imperative to maintain election integrity, and I think that'd be the first step in the right direction to make that a federal holiday so everybody can recognize that as far as businesses go and schools, and everything would be closed so people can have the day off to make sure that they go vote.
It's common sense, Megyn. I think it's a great idea, and it's a great way for the federal government to help streamline that as states and counties really set the dates and regulations for elections, as they should continue to do per our founding documents. As of course, remember, our founders were very committed to states' rights and the laboratories of democracy being our states and our governors, our state legislatures, to really experiment with different ideas instead of having a big bloated bureaucracy in one federal town controlling all aspects of our lives. And now we have that problem of a big federal bureaucracy that has tried to invade every aspect of American life, especially since 1913 and the implementation of the income tax. So we'll see how that will work as we move forward as an American people. But I think it's a great idea to do that and then in turn get rid of motor voter that dates back to the Clinton administration, where people can end up with license or state IDs and still be technically illegal, but then have the ability to vote. And we know that illegal votes have happened as a result of that.
So true. And you mentioned the income tax. And the IRS and ERS is something that Donald Trump has been discussing recently. The Internal Revenue Service versus the External Revenue Service, meaning he would impose tariffs on other countries who want to bring their products into the United States. So he's all about renegotiating with these international business transactions between other countries with us. So I think it's a great idea that we start using tariffs rather than the income tax, because there are so many taxes imposed on Americans these days. We were just laughing about the Washington, D.C., what is it called? The entertainment tax or consumption. I think the amusement tax, the consumption tax. I mean, everywhere you go, every step you turn, every move you take, there's always a tax every corner you turn. So one less tax to worry about would be the income tax. And before 1913, like you said, you mentioned that the income tax began in 1913. Before that, we used tariffs to fund federally all these projects that we needed to pay for.
And we had so much money back in the 1880s and 1890s per the GDP, and with inflation included, we were actually the richest as ever at that time in American history. We actually set up blue ribbon committees to dole out that money, especially in our education system, because we had so much wealth. And it's a great point, Megyn, because as much as I love our beautiful big cities like Washington, D.C., the great restaurants, being amongst these beautiful monuments, as we drove back last night from the Hispanic Ball just to see the mall all lit up, and the Jefferson and Lincoln memorials, of course, the Washington Memorial, so glorious right along the Potomac. I really enjoy heading back south, where I get a lot more bang for my buck, and I don't have things like amusement taxes and overburdened property taxes and county taxes that are bearing down on many of our big, beautiful cities.
It always makes me laugh when I hear Democrats in my life complaining about taxes, or they want to live in this area versus that area because, oh, this one has lower taxes. And I'm like, so you're admitting that you want lower taxes. You want to live in the Republican area because of lower taxes. Just admit it. You deep down want to vote Republican because you like those lower taxes. So it's just something that we all can all agree on, right? So I always love listening to Dan Bongino's podcast, and he likes to point out the hypocrisy of the Democrats who want to raise taxes every 5 seconds. And he goes, oh, have you ever donated extra taxes? Have you ever made checks for more taxes? And they all, of course, say no. And he's like, so why are you trying to impose all of these policies on the rest of Americans that don't want it? If you believe it in so much, why don't you just go donate more taxes?
Well, and that's a great point, because two of those egregious examples of that, in a positive way, Rick Santorum donated so much. Oh, we'll get back to that story because we have the event starting right away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what but so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome Girls Gone Bible, Angela Halili and Ariel Reitzma to the stage to lead us in an opening prayer.
Thank you, Jesus. Anybody here love Jesus? That's right. Yes. God, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, for today. Seriously. God, we thank you. We thank you that your will always prevails. Thank you, God, that it's your will. Your kingdom come, Lord. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, in America as it is in heaven, in the life of President Donald Trump as it is in heaven.
And we just want to take a moment and honor President Donald Trump. And we thank you for your relentless love and devotion you have given to this country. And we bless you and we bless your beautiful family. And if we could all just bow our heads down to pray. Father, we thank you. Lord, you are truly everything. Your name is above every other name, and apart from you, we can do nothing. Spirit of the living God, may you be glorified in everything that takes place today. May we humble ourselves in your presence, Lord. All glory to you. And may we come together in this room and pray for Los Angeles and those that were impacted by the fire. You are the God that redeems and that is with us. God, bring restoration to this situation. Lord, we thank you for choosing President Donald Trump as a vessel for your nation. As he carries the great responsibility of leading your people, may he rest in the knowledge that you, Lord, are the one who goes before him, and you will never leave him nor forsake him. I pray that you would protect his mind and you would guard his heart. I pray that you would place a shield around our president, his family, and upon this nation, that when opposition comes his way, may you provide angelic protection wherever he goes. May he stand firm in knowing the Lord is his refuge in whom he can trust. For it is written in Psalm 91 that when we trust in your name, you will order angels to protect us wherever we go. Lord, we pray that it would be your power and your wisdom that would guide every decision and be the foundation of this nation. I pray that it would be your spirit that rests upon President Donald Trump, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. Yes. Father, I pray for an outpouring of love and healing and unity over this country. For your word says that you can have faith that moves mountains, but if we don't have love, it means nothing. Lord, would you soften the hearts of your sons and daughters? Would you make us more like you, that we can love each other as you have loved us? Lord, I come boldly to the throne of grace, and I pray for a revival in this nation, that we would get back to the heart of the matter, and that is you, Jesus, the Prince of Peace, the one who humbly laid down his life for us and calls us to lay down our lives for one another. May that be the very foundation of this nation. President Donald Trump, we say that you will succeed and America will yet again prosper. May you manifest in the brightest of colors, and may your reign be righteous. In Jesus' mighty name. Yes! Yes!
Second Chronicles 7:14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land." We call on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we pray that you'd heal this land and the people who inhabit it. Lord, I ask that you would release your power upon this nation. I pray this country be washed by your blood, your precious blood. I pray that a holy fire would rain down to produce a move of purity and holiness in this nation. I pray that eyes would be opened and salvation would sweep across America. I pray in Acts 2 outpouring of the Holy Spirit and a mighty move of God to take place in America like we have never seen before. Jesus is the lion and the lamb on the same day at the same time, powerful enough to raise the dead with a spoken word and humble enough to wash feet. I pray that this would be the heart of America, powerful beyond belief, more powerful than any adversary, and with a true heart of humility to serve one another and provide for the poor, care for the sick, and bring justice to the oppressed. In Matthew 25, Jesus says, "For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." I thank you, God, that this is not just a moral religion or a cultural belief, but this is worship of and relationship with the crucified and risen Christ. There's a throne in heaven, and it's not empty, it's occupied. The worthy is the Lamb that was slain, but he is standing. Jesus Christ sits on the throne in heaven, and he is completely unmoved by any sort of political power. You can't elect him, you can't impeach him. He is the King of glory, the King of glory, and he is worthy of your praise. So President Trump, we set the name of the Lord upon you, and we declare that no weapon formed against you will prosper, that every tongue that rises up against you in judgment will be condemned. And if God be for you, who can be against you? We bless you, President Trump, in Jesus' name.
Please welcome to the stage American musician and singer-songwriter, Kid Rock.
Well, come on! Let's go! You ready to celebrate here today? Come on! Come on! It was 1989, my thoughts were short, my hair was long. Caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was 5 from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Come on! Splashing through the sandbar, or talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined upon our house. And we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Put 'em up like this, come on, come on. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Catching one hop from the dock, watching the waves roll off the rocks. She'll forever hold a spot inside my soul. We'd blister in the sun, we couldn't wait for night to come. Head on up to Washington, D.C. and play a little rock and roll. Hey, we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Put 'em up like this, let's rock! Come on, let's rock! Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Turn it up! Well, bring it down. Well, welcome to the Make America Great Again Victory Rally. Do you feel good? I have but one question for you. Is MAGA in the house tonight? All right. Before we bring it back up, we're going to bring it all the way down. Now nothing seems as strange as when the leaves begin to change. how we thought those days would never end. But sometimes I hear that song and I start to sing along and think, man, I'd love to see that girl again.
Well, I'd love to see that girl again.
And we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Hey, we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite songs. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing what?
Sweet home Alabama, all summer long.
Say what?
Sweet home Alabama, all
Come on, give me a good one. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing my Sweet Home Alabama, yeah. All summer long. Singing my
Hello, everyone. I love you all. I know you're having a great time at the Kid Rock concert tonight. Quite frankly, he's amazing. All of you in attendance are the true backbone of our great country. Hardworking, God-fearing, rock and roll patriots. Bob is truly one of the greatest entertainers of our time. Let's all continue to love one another, fight for our God-given freedoms, and most of all, let's make America rock. Let's make America rock again.
We the people, in all we do, reserve the right to scream, screw you!
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah.
Wear your mask, take your pills, now a whole generation's mentally ill!
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah.
But Coleman's near, it's coming to town. We gotta act quick, shut our borders down. Joe Biden does, the media embraces. Big Dot does it and they call him racist. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Standing up and standing tall, 'cause it's all for one, and it's one somebody. I need anybody. I need everybody to scream. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Standing up and standing tall, 'cause it's all for one, and it's one for all. All. We the people.
If there's one thing I want you to take away from this show tonight, it's not a t-shirt or the ringing in your ears from your favorite song. No, it's that for a couple hours, we lit it up and threw it down like only a group of good-time, hard-working Americans can. Because when you call this place home, you shouldn't take this flag or its freedom lightly. And you know, like I do, the only reason we can be here tonight is because of those who paid the ultimate price for our ticket. Those who put their necks on the line to watch our backs, day in and day out, from sea to shining sea. And not a day goes by when we're not reminded that the only reason any of us can do what we do is because of the courage of those who care enough to leave their homes behind, who head out to make sure they come back to a country as great as they left. And they don't give a damn about what went down in a voting booth on election day. They're fighting for what goes up on that Main Street flagpole, or in the hand of a kid at a 4th of July parade. You see, they don't care about red or blue on a map. No, they're fighting for the whole damn flag with all their hearts. They're the stars, the ones who've earned their stripes, fighting for every damn color behind the flag. So I don't care what you call what we've got tonight. A concert, a show, a gig. I don't give a shit. Because what I believe we've got here is a get-together. We're proving that the only party that really matters is the one we're having tonight. And it's been brought to you by those who fought for the home of the brave, thousands of miles from theirs. Here's a salute to those who aren't looking for a hand, to standing at attention for those who deserve all of ours. Here's to a program that was born free and brought to you by the United States of motherfucking America.
Midnight riding in my old two-seater, rolling down the boulevard. Headlights shining on rusty fences as I pass the rail yard. Black leather jacket on a Friday night, fire up the lighter and a lucky strike. Radio saying take a walk on the wild side. It has got me feeling like got me feeling like and go wide open, it's a pedal down kind of theme. A little bit of Motown smooth, a little Memphis blues, a sweet emotion that's raining all over me. Give me that heart, give me that soul, give me that heart, give me that soul. American rock and roll. I can see the banner on the courthouse flying, proud red, white, and blue. sitting on the corner smiling, cause it feels just like I do. Now she's sitting right next to me. Everything's how it ought to be, being young in the land of the free. Yeah, she's got me feeling like, she got me feeling like, and go wide open, it's a pedal down kind of thing. A little bit of folk, some blues, a little gangster smooth, a sweet emotion, it's raining all over me. Give me that heart, give me that soul, give me that heart, give me that soul. 3, 4. American rock and roll. American rock and roll. I am your voice. My name is King. It's King, baby. Yeah. I am mainstream media can suck my blood. For grits when there ain't enough eggs to cook. And for DB Cooper and the money he took. You can look for answers, but that ain't fun. Get in the pit and try to love someone. We just came to get on down and give it to me now. Let me hear you say yeah. Come on and say yeah. Rock on! Where my people at? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And if you think that's worth fighting for, then say fight, 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 fight. Woo! Got you all in check. Love someone. Thank you so much. God bless you all. God bless President Trump, J.D. Vance. And of course, God bless these United States of America.
Please welcome to the stage Puerto Rican singer and rapper Envoy A.A. and American singer and songwriter Justin Quiles.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is a day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong.
Good afternoon, DC. Good afternoon, world. First off, I want to thank President Trump for having us here. I speak on behalf of all the Spanish community. I'm so happy that everybody, the whole Spanish community, it wasn't that like we just spoke and they really voted for they didn't win for no. A lot of people went against us once we spoke for Trump on Trump's behalf, and I'm so happy now that they saw the results and that everybody ignored a lot of attacks that Trump was receiving. Everybody was trying to dirty his image, and all that was in vain. I want to thank my Spanish community. We stood tall, we stood together. Now we have the strongest president of all time taking care of us. I know this 4 years is gonna be one hell of a run, I know he's gonna do a lot of great things for the whole Spanish community, especially we're gonna make America great again. I just wanna make this super clear. Trump is the strongest president that we ever had, and I'm just happy we in good hands. There's nothing better than to have a strong president taking care of the strongest nation in the whole world.
Hello, America. Hello, Washington. So you're probably wondering what these two Puerto Rican artists are doing here. Well, it all started in Georgetown, Pennsylvania, during the president's campaign, where we show our support to the president and made sure our Latino community came through and showed lots of love to Mr. President Trump so we can get that W. I'm glad to be here just like everybody else up here. I always say I love President Trump because he's not a puppet, you know? I love that about him. And this was my first time voting for any president in the United States, so, you know, first time voter, so I'm glad I give that vote to Mr. Trump, and me and Anuel AA are here supporting. Que viva Puerto Rico, and let's make America great again!
Congratulations, President Trump.
Please welcome to the stage, recipient of the National Medal of Arts and Academy and Golden Globe winner, acting legend, Jon Voight.
Hi, everybody. What an honor it is for me to be up here in front of you great men and women who've all come here to celebrate the greatest win of all time. The greatest win of all time. The victory we were all fighting for to save our country, our democracy. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to say that Donald J. Trump is the 47th President of the United States of America. And now he will make America thrive again. He will make America great again, safe again. And we, the people, will honor our flag again. The red, white, and the blue, and for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Donald J. Trump fought hard to save this country, and now he will bring God back to our nation's truths. He will make her thrive again. He will save the greatest country, America the Beautiful. I'm proud to call the President of the United States my friend. My hero, our hero, a man who never gave up on the American people. And we, the people, never gave up on him. God bless Donald Trump. And may God watch over him, and may he be sworn into the White House with the blessings of the Almighty. God bless everybody. It's great to be with you. Much love. I love you.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor to President Donald J. Trump, Stephen Miller.
In just one more day, it's goodbye Joe Biden, goodbye Kamala Harris, goodbye Democrats, and hello to the golden age of America, and welcome back Donald J. Trump. It's been 4 long years. It's felt like 400 years. 4 years of weakness, 4 years of humiliation and embarrassment, 4 years of persecution, 4 years of inflation, poverty, incompetence, 4 years of betrayal, 4 years of wide open, undefended, unprotected open borders. But tomorrow, at 12 p.m., that's all going to end. Because after 4 years of fighting, after 4 years of struggle, after 4 years of pain and, yes, suffering, after 4 years of trials, we are now at the dawn of our greatest victory. And each and every one of you shares in this victory. Your hopes, your dreams, your sweat, your sacrifice, your devotion, and those of millions of patriots around this country has delivered America to this moment where we can proudly say that the 47th President of the United States is Donald J. Trump, and the Vice President of the United States is J.D. Vance. America, ladies and gentlemen, is about to become strong again. It's about to become proud again. It's about to become free again. And it's about to be a country that is respected by every other nation around the world. They're not going to kick us around. They're not going to abuse us. They're not going to exploit us, because they know if you mess with America, then you're going to have to deal with President Donald Trump. And Donald Trump will never apologize for this country. Donald Trump will never, ever,
ever allow other countries to dictate to us, to tell us how to run our economy, to tell us how to police our borders. Because Donald Trump believes in two simple but powerful words, and those words are America first. Let me remind you of all that transpired to arrive us at this moment. The Democrat Party and the radical left did everything in their power to try to put President Trump in jail. They lied about him, they framed him, they smeared him, they defamed him. They indicted him, they tried to imprison him and to take away his freedom, to take away his family, to take away his business, to take away your voice, your future, to take away your hopes, your dreams, your government, your country. And Donald Trump nearly lost his life on a stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then again a few short weeks later. And no matter what they threw at him, no matter the danger, no matter the horrors, no matter the abuse, no matter the corruption, the persecution, no matter how much the broken system tried to stop that man, he would not be stopped. Because he has always been fighting for you. He has always been fighting for all of us. And what is that going to look like come Monday afternoon? It's going to mean an executive order ending the border invasion, sending the illegals home, and taking America back. It's going to mean the eradication of the criminal cartels and the foreign gangs who are preying on our people. And it's going to mean justice for every American citizen who has lost a loved one to an illegal alien. It's going to mean justice for Laken Riley. It's going to mean justice for Jocelyn Nungary. It's going to mean justice for every precious soul stolen from us by Joe Biden's open border. Accountability is coming. Justice is coming. The whole federal bureaucracy is about to learn that they don't work for themselves, they work for you, they work for President Trump, and they work for the American people. We are about to get our country back and our democracy back. And we are about to have a government at every level that is fighting for you, your family, and your future, lowering the cost of living, lowering the cost of health care, defeating inflation, getting criminal thugs off our streets and behind bars so that our kids can live in safety. We're not going to walk over piles of needles to take our kids to the park. And we're not going to let the radical left indoctrinate our children into believing there's 435 genders. Because President Trump knows there are men and there are women. And it is not up to you whether you're a man or a woman. That's a decision that's made by God, and it can't be changed. So I ask all of you to embrace this moment for all it represents and everything it means. It's about the triumph of the everyday citizen over a corrupt and broken system. Over the last not just 4 but 8 years, the MAGA movement has been fighting against every single force that has been decaying, destroying, and decimating our society. It's been fighting the corrupt special interests, the corrupt foreign governments, the weaponized bureaucracy at the FBI and the DOJ and the intelligence community, and it's been fighting a political class that cares only for itself. And they were so sure they were going to beat us. They were so sure they were going to stop Donald Trump. They were so sure that they were going to crush this movement out of existence. And yet, here we stand today, and MAGA is stronger, more powerful, more united, and more determined than ever before. And Donald J. Trump is about to save this country. And we are about to live in a land where once again, the dreams of America's sons, the dreams of America's daughters, the dreams of America's moms and dads are the dreams that will power and propel this country, this government, and this future. So I want each and every one of you, and I want your families, and I want your children to take this opportunity to feel the pride and the joy and the exuberance in knowing that the American people won. We still control this country. We still control this future. We still control this government. And we are about to inaugurate as the 47th president our champion, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless you and God bless America.
Please welcome to the stage journalist, political commentator, media personality, and host of The Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly.
There in that weather and all these hours to get in here today. As Stephen Miller said, we have 20 hours until our long national nightmare is over. We're almost there. By the way, Stephen Miller, if you like what Trump did at the border, you have that guy to thank in large part. That's the guy. He's the magic behind the man. And he's back, thank God. Him and Tom Homan together. The goodness, Scott Pressler, good to see you. The goodness that is about to rain down on us after Trump is inaugurated tomorrow is already starting, and I've got to tell you, I am so pumped up about it. Things are already happening in anticipation of Trump being sworn in, like Facebook and McDonald's getting rid of their DEI programs. Good for you, McDonald's workers. Looking at you, Kamala Harris. Really? No, not really. Wasn't true. You got universities from University of Michigan to North Carolina to all the public universities in Iowa, all the public universities in Texas getting rid of DEI. You have got, yes, you've got a bill that passed the House this week, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Yes. Now, it passed once before, but this time we control the Senate. We have a much better shot. Still have to get 60 votes to get a vote. We're looking good. You've got a judge who struck down Joe Biden's disgusting changes to Title IX, which has been stopped in its tracks, and it will be killed entirely, those changes, as soon as Trump gets in there. Have no doubt whatsoever. Good things are happening all around the country. Pete Hegseth was testifying this week that military recruiting is already going up in anticipation of their new commander-in-chief. The deal in Gaza, right before Trump takes office, as he said, if it's not done by the time I get there, all hell is going to break loose. The goodness just keeps on. I woke up this morning, I was 2 inches taller, a pound thinner, and I had skin like Jennifer Lopez. That last one's not true. Okay, speaking of J-Lo, how happy are you that her candidate lost? It's so delightful. These Hollywood celebrities who get up there and try to tell us how to vote, really? I mean, like those celebrities who know nothing about anything. All J-Lo knows about what to do is to ruin marriages. She's an expert at that. Why does she have to try to ruin the country too? So goodbye, J-Lo, it didn't work out for you. Goodbye, Meryl Streep, who showed up at that Oprah event saying, "Oh, Madam President," to Kamala Harris, "Madam President." How'd that work out? About as well as her comment that Harvey Weinstein was God. And maybe we should stop listening to her. Maybe we shouldn't be going to her for our political advice. And then you had Oprah herself. Oprah, she'll interview you if you pay her $1 million too. Yeah, it's a low fee of $1 million to sit down with Oprah Winfrey, apparently. That's what the Harris campaign paid her production company, she says. And for that, you know what you get? You get Oprah yelling at you, "Kamala Harris!" Why are you doing that? So calm down, madam. Didn't work out for her either. But of course, the fakest person involved on that side of the aisle was the woman at the top, Kamala Harris herself. Thank you, who pretended that she wasn't the border czar, who pretended that she was middle class, who pretended that she was smart. And the American people did not buy it. Every time you turned around, this woman was doing something faker than the last, right? Her like fake Jamaican accent, her fake Eastern European accent, her fake Spanish accent. It was like spending a day at Joe Biden's southern border. Non-stop, right? We gonna win. It's not how it went, right? But my favorite was the preacher accent. Joy cometh in the morning. And she wasn't wrong about that. It came at about 1:22 a.m. on election night when the election was called for Donald J. Trump. I felt it. I've been thinking so much about Trump, especially today and this week. I know you have too. Praying for him, praying for his family, thankful to them. I mean, think about it. I interviewed Trump about a year plus ago and asked him, why are you doing this? You could be in Scotland, you could be at your golf courses. It's because he loves the country. And he wasn't done yet. And we're not done with him. So God bless him and the family for making this sacrifice and doing public service. Same with J.D. Vance and the cabinet members, all of whom need our prayers and support. But I'm also thinking of all of you. I'm thinking about you, I'm thinking about Americans who got us here. Because the things that Trump is accomplishing already, some of the things I mentioned in anticipation of him taking office, that ball got rolling, yes, with Trump, but also with regular American people who stood up here, there, and everywhere to make a difference in their own communities. I'm thinking about people like Jody Shaw. You probably don't know that name. But Jody Shaw was an administrative worker at Smith College. She didn't make a lot of money, single mom, 2 kids. And in late 2020, early 2021, she had it with the DEI nonsense at Smith. So she made a Facebook video and she posted it. And little Jody Smith, who is sweet and quiet and not one to shake the tree, said, I don't want to be forced to talk about my race at work anymore. I don't want to be told that I have implicit bias because I'm white. I don't want to have to enforce segregated dorms. Please stop making me do this. And Smith unleashed holy hell on her. Smith, this super tolerant college, okay, made it, she alleged later, untenable for her to stay. She got forced out of her job. And I'm honestly not sure whether Jody's fully recovered. So she got hurt. And she got hurt for all of you and for us and for the rest who are at Smith. She's a hero. Jody Smith is a genuine hero for doing this. But it wasn't just Jody. I mean, I'm thinking about people like Andrew Gutman, who had a daughter at a posh school on the Upper East Side of Manhattan and pulled her, but he didn't go quietly. He wrote a scathing letter, ripping them to shreds for what they're doing to us with this race essentialism nonsense. He went out with a bang and he made sure other parents knew what the problem was. Jason Riley of the Wall Street Journal, you may see him on Fox News sometimes, and his wife Naomi Schaefer Riley, who pulled their mixed race daughters from a school in Rye, New York, and made a point of doing it because that school thought that their mixed race daughters were desperate to talk about their blackness all the time, and they found out the hard way those kids really just wanted to learn math. These battles are being won piece by piece, one at a time. And there are so many others. I'm thinking about the 14-year-old girls in Wisconsin who had an 18-year-old guy come in there naked into their showers after gym. I'm thinking about the young woman in Massachusetts who just wanted to play field hockey and suddenly got all of her teeth knocked out because a boy played for the other team posing as a girl. How do we know about these stories? Because people were outraged. Citizens went to the news, they went to their principals. Girls spoke out one by one and got the ball rolling on change. And change is coming. All of you wearing the MAGA hats, It used to be an act of civil disobedience, right? Yes, sir, defiance of a registered order that didn't want to hear from you. But wearing that hat for much of the past 8 years has been an act of courage, too. And I know just because you're here, that you had your moments in your own communities, whether it was online or at the bowling alley or at the restaurant or at school, where you stood up for one of these same issues, where you had to tell somebody you didn't want to be reduced to skin color, where you said, I prefer the days when we didn't make a thing out of that, where you had to tell somebody that boys cannot become girls and girls cannot become boys. Those battles, one after the other, have been fought, and this anti-DEI momentum has been built brick by brick, thanks to all of you. And you who listened to Donald Trump, who, when a reporter asked him about some of the language he used, responded by saying, what I say is what I say. And if you don't like it, too bad. That was more than just a quick comeback. That was a reminder of what America is. In America, we have the right of free speech. We have the right to offend, to provoke, to annoy, and to stand up for what we believe in, even if you find it controversial. We have the right not to use the words you try to force on us, like your preferred pronouns or words like anti-racist or chest feeding. We are reminded of that daily by President Trump, who would never bow to the woke mob. Just ask Brett Kavanaugh, who will be swearing in J.D. Vance tomorrow as he, Kavanaugh, sits in his robes as an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. So I thank all of you for being part of the Trump movement and for bringing these changes upon us and for bringing Donald Trump back into the office. And a reminder before I go, stay strong. We haven't won the war. We're winning. We won a bunch of battles, but he's going to need all of you every step of the way. We're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to steel our spines. Do not bend. Never bow. What I say is what I say. God bless you. God bless President Trump. God bless the United States of America.
It is rally day in America, as you guys see there in Washington, D.C. at Capital One Arena, getting ready for the next speaker and the speeches. A number of performances as well getting ready. We're looking at Billy Ray Cyrus, the Village People, Lee Greenwood, and the Liberty University Choir. Of course, President Trump will be speaking as well. So looking forward to bringing you this live coverage from our nation's capital. We are less than 24 hours from President Trump becoming the 47th Commander-in-Chief, and a great golden age is right around the corner. President Trump actually saying on Truth Social a few weeks back that the golden age has already begun. A number of great things that he's already done for the country. Being the leader of the free world since 2016, 2017, all the way through this past administration. As we see somebody approaching the podium there, Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side. Let's go there live to Washington, D.C.
Good evening, everybody. Just a few things I want to say before I get to speak about my dear friend, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I just received on my phone pictures of the first 3 hostages who were released. We had a great team, but it doesn't happen without Donald J. Trump. The president was responsible for this release, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude, as do all the families. Mr. President, distinguished guests, and my fellow Americans, today we celebrate not just the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, but the enduring values of American strength and leadership, and the vision that he represents. Over the years, I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the qualities that define President Trump, not just as a leader, but as a man. His determination to protect the interests of the American people, his bold approach to solving problems, and his relentless pursuit of progress have defined his presidency and inspired millions across the globe. President Trump has always understood that leadership is not about following trends, but about charting a new course. In the face of immense challenges, he has consistently stood firm, driven by a deep belief in the potential of America and its people. Today, his leadership extends beyond our borders, influencing the world in ways that reflect the best of our ideals. Nowhere is this more evident than in the Middle East. Under President Trump's guidance, the Abraham Accords have transformed a region long defined by conflict. Thank you. These historic agreements have brought together nations that once stood divided, fostering cooperation, trade, and understanding. The Accords are a testament to the President's belief that peace is achievable when we approach challenges with strength, clarity, and a shared vision for the future. As the Special Envoy to the Middle East, it is my honor to carry forward this mission on behalf of the President. Thank you. The work we do in this region is not just about diplomacy. It is about creating a legacy of hope, stability, and opportunity. The Middle East is home to extraordinary potential, and through President Trump's leadership, we are unlocking that potential in ways that benefit the region and the entire world. President Trump's achievements are not just a reflection of his policies, but of his core principles. He has always stood for religious freedom, human dignity, and the belief that every individual deserves the chance to succeed. His efforts have strengthened alliances, encouraged economic growth, and ensured that America remains a trusted partner on the global stage. Mr. President, your vision for the Middle East is a reminder that true leadership is about results. You have shown that even in the face of skepticism, progress is possible when we approach challenges with boldness and resolve. The Abraham Accords are not just agreements. They are a blueprint for a future where peace is not the exception, but is the expectation. As we look ahead, the challenges remain significant, but so do the opportunities. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we will continue to expand the circle of peace, strengthen partnerships, and promote prosperity across the world. This is a cause worthy of our efforts, and I am deeply honored to play a role in advancing your vision. I am reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "I am a firm believer in the people. If given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts." Mr. President, you have always trusted the American people with the truth, even when it has been difficult. And you have reminded us all that through honesty, strength, and determination, no challenge is too great. Today we begin a new chapter under your leadership. It is a chapter defined by hope and unity and the belief that America's best days are still ahead. Together we will continue to build on the foundations you have laid, ensuring that your vision for a stronger, safer, and more prosperous world becomes a reality. May God bless you, Mr. President. May God bless the United States of America, and may He guide us all in the pursuit of peace and progress. Thank you. Thank you.
American businessman who is CEO and president of UFC, Dana White.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am honored to be here to celebrate President Trump's historic victory. He didn't just win this election, he won it in dominant fashion. With record numbers of Americans from all walks of life. Not only did he win the Electoral College by 86 points, but President Trump was the first Republican candidate in 20 years to win the popular vote. He also made major gains among traditionally Democrat voters by increasing his support with Latin, Asian American, Black, and young voters. So what does that tell us? Democracy is alive and well in this country. And the people have spoke loud and clear. America wants President Trump back in the White House. Think about this. Winning this election after everything that's happened over the last few years is an amazing achievement, and an incredible comeback story. Think of all the things President Trump had to go through to get back here. All the powerful forces that tried to take him down. The mainstream media, partisan prosecutors, assassins. It's absolutely insane what this man has been through. And only President Trump could have fought through all those obstacles, all the attacks, and still come out the winner. But you know what? That's just what he is. This guy is a winner. And I say this all the time. He is the toughest, most resilient person that I've ever met, and nothing was going to stop him from fighting so hard for the country he loves. He embodies what being an American is all about. We are the toughest, most resilient people on earth. And nothing can stop us when we unite. To all those Americans who didn't vote for President Trump, and all they know about him is what they hear from the mainstream media, I just want to let you know, he has been an incredibly loyal friend to me for over 2 decades. And not once has he ever asked me for anything in return. And he's proven again and again how tough he is, but he's also a man who truly cares about people. Everything great that has ever happened to me in my career, he's been the first one to reach out and congratulate me. And more importantly, in the hard times, he's been the first one to reach out and let me know if there's anything I need. And all this during a time when he had a laundry list of his own problems he was dealing with. He is the best human being that I have ever known. So America, it's time for us all to put our differences aside, and we can't do that if we continue to focus on all the issues that divide us instead of all the issues that unite us. The fate of this country is tied to the fate of the president. So if you love America, you should want America's president to be successful. If he strengthens our economy, resolves conflict around the world, and makes our streets safe again, we all win. When America's president is respected around the world, we all win. When America succeeds, we all win. Now it's time for us to come together as one nation, the United States. This moment will be a turning point in our history and a triumph for all Americans. Tomorrow, when Donald J. Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States, the great comeback story begins and our country starts winning again. Thank you, America.
Actually, of course, Sunday now, January 19th, we are live in Washington, D.C. News we're following here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we get ready to see President Trump take the stage there. A number of great performances still to be had and also some speeches. We're hearing that President Trump is to declare a national emergency on the southern border when he is sworn in as the Commander-in-Chief tomorrow. That will be one of his first actions. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. Also, a large amount of J6 pardons have already been drafted and will be signed tomorrow by President-elect Donald Trump after he takes office. That, according to Charlie Kirk earlier on Truth Social. So we're looking at a number of reports here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, it is Rally Day in America. So glad you're with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. hopefully watching on Rumble. I know a lot of you watching on X and YouTube as well, and other platforms as we get ready to see who comes up next at the Capital One Arena in Washington. Let's go to DC right now.
We love you too. We love you, America. We love you, Washington, D.C. So we have two little monsters here that want to do something very special. They want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, which they do every single night. You guys want to take it away?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's real America, ladies and gentlemen. That's America. That's what we love about this country. And guys, we as a family love you so much. This is the greatest political movement ever created. And you know what, guys? They tried to stop him. They tried to indict him. They tried to take him down. They raided his home. They went after his children. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They did everything they could to stop this movement, and they failed. And here we are in Washington, D.C. on this beautiful day, and Donald J. Trump is about to take back the White House. And guys, our country is back. Our country will be respected again. We as Americans will be proud again. America will be feared again. We are gonna have the greatest nation on earth. The nonsense ends, the bullshit ends right now. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you for having me be such a big part of this journey. I'll truly never ever forget it. Thank you guys, we love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, less than 24 hours from now, we will call Donald Trump President of the United States of America. It's not just what we worked for over the past year or even over the past 4 years. It started the second a bold, brash businessman from New York City came down the golden escalator in Trump Tower 9.5 years ago, and people said it was impossible. And yet that man is the one who will save not just our country, but will save the entire world. And so I just want to quickly say thank you. Thank you guys for continuing, despite all you heard out there, to believe in Donald Trump, to stand by our family throughout this fight. Thank you for trusting me to be your co-chair of the Republican National Committee. I hope I did you proud. I made promises all over this country when I went and spoke, and I said, you're not going to cheat in this election. And they got upset when I said something around the lines of, if you are a person who wants to cheat in our election, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. So I said it louder next time. And this was a free, fair, and transparent election. And if there's one thing I am proud of, it's that we restored the American people's faith in our electoral system this election in 2024. We didn't do it alone. I see someone directly in front of me, Scott Pressler, who helped on that front as well.
We love you, Scott.
But thank you guys. This has been the honor of all of our lifetimes, to be here and fight alongside of all of you to save this country. The dawn of the golden era of America is tomorrow, right here, starting in Washington, D.C. God bless you guys. We love you. And we are almost there, folks. Thank you, guys.
Hello, America! I have to ask, has anyone ever been this excited for Monday morning to roll around? It's like Christmas, Easter, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, my birthday, all wrapped up into one special day where we can take back our country once and for all. But guys, we could not have done this without all of you. Those who stood steadfast and loyal, who wanted to fight for that next generation, to fight for the incredible aspects of this country that have been squandered, that have been crapped on, that have gone by the wayside. No more. That ends tomorrow at noon. Now, perhaps unfortunately, it took the last 4 years of hell that they put my father through, that they put our family through, that they put all of you through, for us to fully understand just how fragile everything we believe in is. But I truly believe the opportunity we have now to start anew, not to keep the old administration from 16 to 20, the bad actors and the can kickers and those who are just trying to wait it out till we get back to normal. But now, with the knowledge of that 4 years, in conjunction with the knowledge of the last 4 years, we can truly make a difference forever. When you look at this cabinet, when you look at the fighters, you see people who truly all believe in the America First movement, and that's what this is about. Putting America first, putting our families first, putting the Constitution first, and putting our children first. So with that, I have to introduce a young lady, my oldest daughter, Kai. Pretty good, Kai, I don't know. With that kind of applause in the Trump family, it creates some problems. But she was with me. She was with me when we found out about my father, her grandfather, and best golfing buddy was shot. And she called me the next morning and said, "Dad, I must speak at the RNC this week. I don't care." And I said to her, "Are you sure you want, your first speech ever, you wanted to be in front of 50,000 people and tens of millions on TV?" And she goes, "I don't care." So I called my dad. I said, "Listen, she wants to do this." And he goes, "Whoa, that's a big one." And he just said, "You know what? That kid is an absolute winner. Let her do it." And that, again, is the fight that we all need in our country. That's what we want for all of our children. So with that, my daughter, Kai.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for the support for the past decade, and we're looking forward to the next 4 years, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You are the best. No one will fight harder than my father for all of you. There is no more resilient man in the world than Donald Trump. Every time they tried to take him out, every time they said he was finished and we're moving on, he came back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And this next 4 years, with this incredible team that we've assembled, is going to be the pièce de résistance. This is going to be it. We're going to win for all of you. So thank you, and God bless.
fire. I let you love all I thought it was funny. You came along and you moved me, honey. I changed my mind, love is fine. Goodness gracious, written balls of fire. You kissing me, baby. Ooh, it feels good. Hold me, baby. Girl, just let me love you like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I'm gonna tell this world that you're mine, 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 mine. I took my nails and I put on my thumb. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, you drive me crazy. The goodness gracious, whipping balls of fire.
That is quite the stage there in Washington, D.C., inside Capital One Arena as they get ready for the next speaker and performances coming up. Of course, we're getting ready for President Donald J. Trump to take the stage. Still calling him president, as many should. At the end of the day, every president, usually they call him president and then the name, not ex or former president. So President Trump to take the stage, and then of course he'll be sworn in tomorrow as the 47th commander-in-chief in the country. You just heard, of course, from Eric Trump, Laura Trump, their two kids, along with Don Jr. and Kai Trump. Wonderful to see the Trump family there. And if you missed last night, the Trump National in Sterling, Virginia, the great fireworks display, the Trump family there as well. As you take a live look right now, of course, at the White House on the left side of your screen, and a great vantage point of those two screens at the bottom there. As we get ready for the huge day, less than 24 hours from now, it'll be go time for our country. President Trump already getting to work, writing a number of executive orders, at least drafts right now. And then, of course, he'll be signing those tomorrow. And then for the first time since 1985 with Ronald Reagan, a president will be sworn in inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol building. So a lot of history to be made tomorrow. We'll have great coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network starting bright and early, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megyn Kelly, along with RSBN's Christina Loren, will be live in D.C. as well. Thank you guys so much for streaming with us here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you for watching on Rumble and also anywhere else you're watching on the social platforms, including Truth Social. It's great to see a lot of you out there watching today on this Sunday as we are in Inauguration Eve. Once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for tuning in. And it's about 5:09 Eastern Time. We're looking at a few more performances by Billy Ray Cyrus, the Village People. Also, Lee Greenwood, of course, will be singing. And then the Liberty University Choir. So a lot ahead there at the Washington Capitals Arena in Washington, D.C. So we're going to be going to Bobby and Megyn here shortly as we have live pictures throughout your TV screen there, or if you're watching on your phone or your iPad. Thanks so much for watching. We're going back to Washington, D.C. right now. Live coverage on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to Bobby and Megyn.
Well, Mega Megyn, what a party we have here in Washington, D.C. in the Capital One Arena. Kid Rock kicking it off with one of the greatest concerts I've seen at a political rally. But like Eric Trump said so many months ago, this is not a political revolution, this is a cultural revolution.
This is truly a cultural revolution that's sweeping the nation. It has swept the United States, and I do think it is sweeping the globe. It's a global phenomenon. The MAGA movement has truly ignited the bravery of people to stand up for what they believe in, stand up for freedom, and stand up for putting your own country first. And of course, right here in the United States, putting America first. That's what it's all about, American patriotism. And I loved Kid Rock's new song where he basically was being a rebel, which is what rock stars do, right? They're rebellious. But now, in today's day and age, to be a rebel is to rebel against a tyrannical government. So I thought his new song was really cool.
We the People, Let's Go Brandon. Some of his classic songs like American, well, I won't say that last word, but we know what that song is. But Kid Rock, always a hit at a MAGA rally. Also, the Girls Gone Bible, opening up with a beautiful prayer, and definitely a podcast you should tune into if you haven't in the past. And the great Megyn Kelly, who, what a journey she's had with President Trump. It all started with that one question, and they almost had a friendly rivalry through the first 2016 campaign, now coming together in order to fight for social issues and getting men out of women's sports, being a highlight of how Megyn Kelly coming to support President Donald Trump, and of course seeing the beautiful Trump family thanking everyone for their efforts, including co-chair Laura Trump and the great actor Jon Voight, who has been appointed as a special envoy to Hollywood along with Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone to help shape the culture.
That's right. And we've been seeing this trend of young people getting involved in politics, getting involved in what they believe in. And there goes Kai Trump on stage at the RNC. She wanted to stand up for her grandpa. She was so upset about, of course, the assassination attempt on his life in Butler. And she said, you know what? I don't even care how many people are watching me right now. I have to say something. And she got on stage and she absolutely crushed her speech. And then, of course, she took the stage tonight again with her dad, Donald J. Trump Jr. And, of course, we're awaiting Donald J. Trump Sr. Any minute now. He'll be taking the stage.
And you have the USA chants, and still some people flooding in. It's an overflow crowd, so some of the top rafters now filling in. Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security being extra safe, and lots of security around the perimeter. That will be even more locked down tomorrow. So if you are in town looking to enjoy downtown D.C., be aware of certain lockdowns. Certain train stops will not be servicing the traditional stops that you would find on a regular route, especially along the Red Line here in Metro Washington, D.C. But we know that the temps will drop tonight. So if you plan to stay overnight, as many MAGA patriots in this beautiful Capital One Arena did last night, just be very careful because temperatures will drop rapidly, and it is starting to snow here in D.C. as well. So that is happening. We know it will be inside the swearing in, the Capitol Rotunda, where 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan took his second inaugural oath. 40 years ago to the day. Such similarities between the Gipper and the people's president, Reagan and Trump.
That's right. There's so many parallels between President Reagan and President Trump. Both of them made success for themselves in the private sector, entertainment business, real estate, etc. And then they got into politics because they felt it was their duty to, because they wanted to serve their country, and they were not born and bred to be politicians like some of these other people involved in the political machine that we've seen over several decades.
And that's what the founders envisioned. They wanted people to go for a period of time.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we, huh? We're going to make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington, and hello, America. We're all over America. I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet, liquid gold. We're going to bring back law and order to our cities. We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left, woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again. I want to thank the tens of thousands of incredible men and women who have come from all over the nation to take part in this very special moment. And I just heard in watching some of the coverage that there are rallies like this taking place all over the country. People are happy. People are happy. It's been a long time. None of this would have been possible without you and the millions of hardworking citizens who have joined our cause. You know, right over there, just noticed a group of beautiful ladies, beautiful women from North Carolina, right here, too. I don't know how the hell they've been to 167 rallies. You believe it? You think their husbands are happy about that? I don't know. But they look beautiful. They're incredible people, and they love our country. Thank you very much. Then up here, I see we have front row Joes all over the place. Uncle Sam, Mr. Wall. Oh, boy, oh, boy. But we've been through so much together, and for the next 4 years, I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many, many years. We swept all 7 swing states by big numbers. We won Pennsylvania, we won Georgia, we won North Carolina, we won Michigan, we won Wisconsin, we won Arizona, we won Nevada. We won them all by historic margins, and we won the great state of Florida by 13 points. Nobody's done that ever. And a record that will never be broken. All 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party, the first time that that's ever happened. All 50 states. We won the largest number of African-American voters in Republican Party history. We won more Hispanic-American votes than any Republican has ever gotten before by a lot. And we won Latino men and women, and on top of that, youth, men, women, urban, suburban, rural, and people from everywhere in between are joining us in record numbers. We've never had anything like this. Too big to rig, that's what I used to say. Too big to rig. We made it too big. Oh, and they tried. They tried. It was too big. Around 9:02, they just said, let's get the hell out of here. This isn't working. They were swamped, to put it nicely. We also took back the U.S. Senate. We had some great people running. And the House Republicans won their largest popular vote majority in presidential year since 1928. We had a lot of people voting. So the Senate, the House Republicans, we got all 3 of them. A little bit close on those 2. Senate's in great shape. House Republicans, actually, they both have great leaders. They both have great people. Heading John Thune is fantastic. And if you look at Mike Johnson, he's got a pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. In the election of 2024, which will be the most consequential election in American history, we not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come. That's what we want to do. And someday, in 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path. Our new administration will inherit disasters at home and abroad, an economy plagued by inflation and high interest rates, a catastrophic border crisis. Nobody can believe they let people in. They have an open border policy. Do you think that makes sense? Open borders. Anybody wants to. Jails, prisons, mental institutions, gangs being emptied right through that ugly open border. A government that cannot care for its citizens in a time of emergency. Look at what's happening in Los Angeles. Look at what's happening in North Carolina. They've treated him so badly in a planet on the brink of World War III. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But starting tomorrow, I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. We're not going to have a country left. Before even taking office, you are already seeing results that nobody expected to see. Everyone is calling it I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious, but we'll say it anyway. The Trump effect. It's you're the effect. Since the election, the stock market has surged and small business optimism has soared a record 41 points to a 39-year high. Bitcoin has shattered one record high after another. The major investment company known as DMAC, the properties, has announced that it will be investing between $20 and $40 billion in the United States, and SoftBank, another great company, has pledged between $100 and $200 billion. These are all investments that are only being made because of the fact that we won the election. Going to create jobs for hundreds of thousands, even millions of Americans. Today I spoke with Tim Cook of Apple. He said they're going to make a massive investment in the United States because of our big election win. And as of today, TikTok is back. So, you know, I did a little TikTok thing. We have a guy, TikTok Jack. He's a young kid, like 21 years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok, and Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points. Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States. So they'll have a partner, the United States, and they'll have a lot of bidders, and the United States will do what we call a joint venture. And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good? I think so. So whether you like TikTok or not, we're going to make a lot of money. Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that greatest? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look, Honest Abe Lincoln. We have Honest Abe. We have Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam shook my hand about 2 months ago. He's got the strongest grip I've ever... You are a strong man. I said, what the hell was that? But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. And who knows what's going to happen? I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, I mean, that deal should have done. First of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. They were broke, totally broke, and they would have never done anything. But they did it, you know. I like to think back to the past. I said, if only the election weren't rigged, all the things that would have happened, that would have been so good. But it was. We're not going to let that happen again. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff, who I think is here. I know he made a beautiful speech. I heard he made a great speech. But he's an amazing guy. I said, I got to get myself a negotiator. We have to get a good negotiator. A lot of guys are knowledgeable, but they can't negotiate. They don't have the personality or whatever. And Steve does, and Steve's a great negotiator, very successful guy. But he's our new special envoy to the Middle East for helping reach this great breakthrough, and really couldn't have been done without Steve. Where is Steve Witkoff? Is he around here someplace? Because he was so great. There he is. Hello, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. What a job. Our incoming administration has achieved all of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president. But just imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House, and we're going to do a lot of things. You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy. Lots of them. Lots of them. We have to set our country on the proper course. By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. Think of it. We've allowed millions and millions of people into our country through open borders, no checks, no vetting, no anything. Millions and millions of people. And lots of those people are murderers. 52% of them killed more than one person. Other than that, they're quite fine. They're nice people. These are rough people. Remember, I used to say these people are rough. And they would say, no, no, these are illegal immigrants. They're very safe. I said, they're not safe. Look at what's happened with Venezuela, where they're sending these gangs in and they're taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and then cutting off the fingers of a man who had the nerve and desire to call the police. He said, you want to call the police? Bah, guess what? You have no fingers. These are rough people, and they're getting the hell out of our country. They're out. The border security measures I will outline in my inaugural address tomorrow will be the most aggressive, sweeping effort to restore our borders the world has ever seen. You know, we had the best, safest border in the history of our country. You remember that with the great chart that I put up. I don't even know if they have that chart now. Maybe they do. These guys are good. Maybe they do. Who the hell? I don't know. I didn't tell them I was going to do this. I didn't tell, but we have some very good people, but I didn't say. But we had a chart, and I looked to my right, and then they said, ooh, that was it. That hurt. What the hell was that? I still have that throbbing feeling in my ear. Oh, there it is. Look at it. These people are amazing. I didn't tell them I was doing that. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's all over the place. I love that. That is the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen in my life. But if you look at that chart and you look at the red arrow on the bottom, that's the single lowest we ever had in history, at least recorded history, of illegals pouring into our country. We had done a great job, and then they took over, and look what happened. It's like an Elon Musk rocket ship going up. That reminds me of Elon, his rocket ships. Look at that, look at the difference. And it just continued and continued, and we're taking in people that shouldn't be here. They come in from prisons, from jails. They shouldn't be here. Mental institutions. I used to mention, and the press would always excoriate me, I'd say the late, great Hannibal Lecter came into our country today. Silence of the Lambs. Anybody see that movie? Lovely movie. And when people went to the voter booth, they said, we don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country. The press would say, why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character. Actually, they're not so fictitious. We have people in our country that are probably worse that we allowed in. But we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil, and remove the savage gang Tren de Aragua from the United States. Here's a little video for you to see about this gang. Go ahead.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about lack of crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
That's what we allowed in, and they're nice people compared to some of them. They're nicer than others. These are really vicious people, gang members, and many, many people from prisons. And crime all over the world is down. You know why? Because they got their criminals into the United States of America. You look at Venezuela, they've emptied their prisons into our country. Many other places the same. I would have done the same if I headed up any of the countries. I know most of those guys. They're smart. They're leaders. They are smart, streetwise people. As soon as I heard they were going to have open borders, I said, if you do that, every prison all over the world is going to be emptied out into our country. They come in from the Congo. The Congo's big on emptying their prisons. The only thing good about it is they make our criminals look like really nice people. These people are vicious people all over the world, not just South America, all over the world they come. From mental institutions and from jails and prisons. With our actions tomorrow, my administration will deliver justice for every family whose loved one has been stolen from them by migrant crime, including Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungaray, Kayla Hamilton, and every other precious American soul that we have lost to these animals. Their memories will live in the hearts forever, in our hearts forever, and we will never, ever forget them. And their contribution, I told their mothers who were devastated, their parents, their fathers, they're devastated. They'll never be the same. They'll never be the same. But I said, your daughter has made a major contribution. Your son has made a major contribution. There are hundreds and even thousands of victims of this horrible atrocity. And you add those numbers to the numbers of crime that we're already going through the roof, and it's something that you wouldn't even believe. Do you remember I did the debate, and I had David Muir from ABC saying, no, crime has gone down. I said, no, it's gone through the roof. Crime has gone through the roof, David. No, crime has gone down. I said, it's gone through the roof. And then he goes, I disagree with that. The next day they announced that crime was up like 40%. This guy is, the whole thing is so bad. You can't even imagine how anybody could be for these things of, think of it, open borders, prisons, and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Transgender. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger, even larger than President Dwight Eisenhower, who has the record right now. And we're going to end the Biden war on American energy and unleash our energy resources to quickly defeat inflation and achieve the lowest cost of energy and electricity on Earth. And we're going to be using our emergency powers to allow countries and entrepreneurs and people with a lot of money build big plants, AI plants. We need double the energy that we already have, and it's going to end up being more than that. And we're going to slash the regulations, environmental regulations that are really put in there in order to stop progress in this country. We're going to also slash something else, the waste in our bloated federal bureaucracy. We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk, who's here someplace. I don't know where the hell he is. He's here someplace. Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured. And X is with him. X. Come on, Elon, say a couple of words.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter, as you can see. Woo! Yeah. So we're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever. So. And make America great again. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, we're gonna do great things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. I always say we have to be protective of our geniuses because we don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now, I watched his rocket come down about 3 months ago, and I thought it was crashing. I was talking to somebody on the phone. By the way, same thing happened yesterday. It came down, and it was captured so beautifully. It came down, it's tumbling, it's a mess, it's going down. I say, oh, look at that thing, that's a disaster. And then it gets like a couple of miles away from Earth, and all of a sudden, the engines start going on, the things start, and then I see it coming in and landing in the gantry, and I'm watching it. I'm saying, oh, it's going to crash. Oh, but those engines came out and they blew the fire all over the place. And all of a sudden, those two big arms came and hugged it like you would hug your little baby. And that sucker landed it. Nobody's been able to do that but him. And he's a great guy. And we have him and Vivek and some great people working on a thing called costs. And he's got the credibility to do it, too. And we're going to do things that are really amazing. But he went out to Pennsylvania after that. He landed that rocket nobody had ever seen. By the way, China can't do it. Russia can't do it or come close. It'll be 10 years before they can do it. And the U.S. can't do it except for him. And it's pretty amazing. But he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon. And his son's name, who's cute as a button, his son's name is X. He's the only guy who could get away with the name X. But his son is a great guy. One thing we know, his son is smart. If you believe in the racehorse theory, he's got a nice, smart son. But thank you very much to Elon and everybody. We've had so much help. Every radical and foolish executive order of the Biden administration will be repealed within hours of when I take the oath of office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow. Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning. You know that old story. Let's do it later, then it never gets done. No, we're doing them tomorrow. And we'll have plenty to sign in the future. Don't worry about it. It's not going to stop. But we're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates all across the government and private sector and return our country to the merit system. You know, the Supreme Court ruled that the United States is allowed to go by the merit system, which is what made us great in the first place. That was a big ruling that a lot of people don't even know about, but it was a big, tremendous ruling. And you're focusing on character, competence, and qualifications in all hiring decisions. Now you're allowed to go by competence and ability and genius. You don't have to hire somebody to send up one of his rocket ships that doesn't know anything about what's happening. As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam. And I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will all be made in the USA. And we will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately and make it like it used to be. Take a look at this.
I got your name. I got your ass. You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir. Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face. Ah! Bullshit. You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face. Ah! of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know just who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
Thank you. So we won 2 world wars with that. And that's the way it's going to be. The American people have given us their trust, and in return, we're going to give them the best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history. To implement this historic agenda, I've assembled an all-star cabinet of patriots and visionaries and reformers who will fight for America, and together we will win, win, win for America. To restore the spirit of American Armed Forces, I have appointed Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. Where's Pete? Where's Pete? Pete's here someplace. Where is he? Good job, Pete. They like you, Pete. Thanks, Pete. They like him. To bring back integrity to our intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard will be our next Director of National Intelligence. To make America healthy again, we will have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. To end the weaponization of our government and restore the impartial rule of law. Oh, this is so important. She's so incredible. Pam Bondi will be an outstanding Attorney General. She's going to do an incredible job. She will do an incredible job, and she's working with another person who's going to be unbelievable at the FBI, Kash Patel. And tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages. Very happy. I think you'll be very, very happy. I would say about 99.9% in this beautiful arena. And by the way, I want to thank the owners of this arena. They are great. They're up here someplace in one of those beautiful boxes. And their team is doing very well, and Ovechkin is a great player, right? But I want to thank Ted and all of the owners for allowing this to take place. It was really great. And thank you. It's a hell of an operation. Great place. Fantastic arena. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, everybody. At Homeland Security, we will have a tough leader in Kristi Noem, and we will have an outstanding Secretary of Transportation in Sean Duffy, Congressman Sean Duffy. Great people. And we're going to win so much that Governor Burgum of the Interior, you know Governor Burgum, one of the best governors in the country, is in charge of Department of the Interior, and the hottest man anywhere in the world for energy. When I announced him, people couldn't believe it. You didn't hear of him, but if you're in the energy business, he's considered the absolute best. Mr. Chris Wright of the Energy Department. He's going to head up the Energy Department. He's the hottest guy there is. Anybody in the energy business, they said, I can't believe you got Chris right. And a man named Marco Rubio is going to be our great future Secretary of State. And Howard Lutnick, a tremendous success on Wall Street, is going to be our Secretary of Commerce. They have to go through these drills, but they're going to. And I want to thank the Republican senators. They've been doing great. And John Thune has been doing a great job in moving the process along quickly. We're going to have a lot of them hopefully approved very quickly. And a very special woman, Linda McMahon, is going to be our future Secretary of Education, which we're going to be giving back to the states. Let the state run education. I said to Linda, Linda, I'm making you the Secretary of Education, but if you do a great job, you will put yourself out of a job because you're going to be sending it back to the states. And she's fantastic. And her staff, which has been largely hired, is fantastic. And all of the other leaders will come to me and they're going to say, do you remember I used to do this for fun? But it's really not fun, it's fact. Because we have to do some of best of, right? But they're going to come and say to me, sir, we're winning too much, sir. We can't take it anymore. We have to stop winning, sir. We can't do it. We're not used to winning in our country. And each one of them is going to say, every single one, sir, please, please, you're destroying our country. We're winning too much. Our country isn't prepared for this. They're not used to winning, sir. And I'll say, no, Linda and everybody, we're not going to stop winning. The people of our country want us to keep on winning, and we're going to go win like never, ever before. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be doing it, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is having a heart attack down here. Look at him. Uncle Sam is going wild. And they think I pay for these people. I have no idea who he is. All I know is he does. And there's Abe Lincoln. Thank you, honest Abe. I have no idea. I swear, I have no idea who the hell he is. But he looks like Abe. He's probably a little bit shorter, in all fairness. Abe was 6'6". He's a little bit shorter. He's about a foot shorter. Other than that, he's perfect. Thank you, Abe. In addition to the most talented cabinet ever assembled, and we're hearing things like that, we will be supported in our mission by countless wonderful American patriots. First, let me thank my incredible family, and I want to thank in particular somebody that headed up the Republican Party, along with Mike, the two of them, Lara Trump, who you saw before, who produced those two beautiful children. Lara Trump is unbelievable. She was the chairman of the Republican Party, and nobody ever said, oh, gee, it's a family member. They actually said, how the hell did you get her to do it? And she did a phenomenal job. We had a minimum of cheating. We watched them like a hawk. Where is Laura? Where the hell is she? Because she did some job. See, she wants to be nice and quiet. She's here someplace. Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much, hon. She's phenomenal. The job she did, and her son, who was up. Didn't they do a beautiful job? The son and the daughter. How many young kids know that one? They don't know that one. But her husband is somebody I'm very proud of. He's doing a great job. He's been subpoenaed more than any human being in history, I believe. Every day he'd get a subpoena from Congress on something, all bullshit, but he'd get a subpoena. He's got a PhD in subpoenas, but he did a fantastic job. And Don, you know all about Don, how he did. He's great. He's very popular, too. He knows a lot about guns, I want to tell you that. We had, by the way, I have to tell you, we had great support from every gun group, including the NRA, which really worked hard. And Ivanka and Jared are here, and Tiffany and Michael are here, and Barron and my 10 incredible grandchildren, and another one coming through Tiffany. And of course, I want to thank our next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, wherever he may be. There's a lot of people. Wherever the hell he is, he's here someplace. It's a lot of people. It's a little tough when you say, where is he? You know, you got a lot of people in here. But J.D. Vance has been extraordinary. And he's got an unbelievable wife, the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance. So, Usha, thank you very much. It's a beautiful couple, great people. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. The Hulkster. One thing, it's not hard to find him. All he has to do is stand up and you say, there he is. But he's great. And Kid Rock, wow. Kid Rock is a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine for a long, long time. He did that thing on Budweiser. Budweiser will never be the same, when he did the gun with the MAGA hat. That was the commercial that everybody saw. Also with us tonight is a great actor, tremendously talented guy, Jon Voight, who's great, and a friend of mine. And Sylvester Stallone is here. Great guy. And you know, I got Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and Jon Voight to become ambassadors to Hollywood, California, to put it back on track. So they're all ambassadors. You have to refer to them as ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. And a man who's got an army of young people, Charlie Kirk, is here. And I want to thank Charlie. Charlie is fantastic. I mean, this guy, don't believe the stuff when you hear the kids are liberal. They're not liberal. Maybe they used to be, but they're not anymore. You got to see how many people are for us. And I want to thank Megyn Kelly. She's been terrific. She's been really good. And Billy Ray Cyrus. And Lee Greenwood, wow, has he been something. What a song and what a man. And you know, by the way, these microphones, you see the microphones? I said, what the hell are those microphones doing standing behind me? You're going to have a little special treat at the end of this speech. I don't want to tell you because you'll rush me off the stage. Get off the stage. But you have a little special treat. And I won't tell you, but let's put it this way. It's the people that 30 years ago had a hot song, never hit #1, hit #5. But 30 years later, it hit #1 week after week. And they're here to sing. They're here to sing. For you. And you won't recognize them. They're slightly larger than they used to be, but that's the way life goes. We can all tell you, that's the way life goes. There's nothing we can do about that. Sebastian Gorka, stand up, Sebastian. I see Sebastian there. There's a patriot. He's been with me through thick and thin, right, Sebastian? Now he's with the administration. Thank you. Great guy. And again, I want to thank Elon for what he did in Pennsylvania. He worked so hard. He worked so hard in Pennsylvania. A great guy and a man who is a champion. A man who took something from nothing. Everybody said this is something will never work. It's too violent. But he understood people. He said they like violence, unfortunately, right? But a man who understood fighting better than any man ever. There's never been anything like this. What Dana White did with the UFC and building it into a monster sport franchise. So I want to thank Dana White of USC for being here. And Dana, you've done a job like nobody could have done. Thank you. A great guy and a friend of mine. A great friend of mine. He's a tough cookie. You want him on your side at all times. Every one of those people you want on your side. And we have dozens of other celebrities and everything, but we're going to get back to what we're doing. But I do want to say, in the audience, we have many governors, many senators, many members of Congress, and other distinguished guests, far too many to name. unless you'd like me to name them. No? Do you want me to name governors, senators, and congresspeople? No. I thought you were going to say that. Sorry, governors. No, but we appreciate all of the love that we've gotten from them. I'll tell you, our House and our Senate Republicans have been unbelievable, and the governors are unbelievable, the job they're doing. Of the crime-ridden cities, the top 25, every single one of them is run by a Democrat. Does that tell you something? We don't have problems in the Republican cities. Tonight, I also want to send our love to everyone affected by the terrible wildfires raging in California. We're praying for you all. We love you all. We're going to be there very soon. I'm going to go out there on Friday to see it and to get it moving back. We're going to get some of the best builders in the world. We'll get it moving back. And I also want to pay my respects to the great people of North Carolina. You know, I won it every single time. And they've been treated very badly. FEMA almost didn't know it existed. And we're going to get North Carolina rocking and rolling, okay? We're going to get them rocking and rolling. They've been treated very badly as a state. Together we will rebuild Los Angeles better, more beautiful than ever before. We're going to get it going. We have the best builders in the world. It's the only people that could do it. Nobody else knows what the hell they're doing. And in 2028, the Los Angeles Olympics will be one of the great sporting events and patriotic celebrations in history. I was with Gianni, the head of the Olympics, and because of the wildfires, they're going to do a special job. They're going to really do something very special on the Olympics. And the opposite, some people said, oh, maybe the Olympics can't go there. It turned out just the opposite. They came to see me the other day, and the committee, and it's just the opposite. So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time. We have another thing happening. 250 years. A celebration like no other. 250 years. And that's going to be taking place next year. So we have a lot of big events coming. And everything we do everything. We take it very, very seriously. But what do we do more than anything else? We put America first. And it all starts tomorrow when I raise my hand on the Bible to be sworn as we'll be sworn in tomorrow. We're all going to be sworn in together. That's the way I look at it. It's not me, it's you. Greatest of all time. So we will be sworn in tomorrow. I'll be representing you as your 47th President of the United States. And just in conclusion, together, we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, getting them back down, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to the USA, right where they belong, and that'll be done through tariffs and smart policy. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are. We will crush violent crime in our cities and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military again. We did it. We rebuilt our entire military. And then they gave billions and billions of dollars of it to, you remember, to the Taliban. They gave it to the Taliban. They gave our military equipment, a big chunk of it, to the enemy. Do you know that we pay billions of dollars a year? Do you know this? Does anyone know this? To Afghanistan? Do you know that? And I say, if we're going to pay billions of dollars a year, tell them we're not going to give them the money unless they give back our military equipment that these poor, stupid people allowed for them to have. So we'll give them a couple of bucks. We want the military equipment back. We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we want to make this city again safe. We don't want people coming to Washington and getting mugged, shot, killed. We're going to stop it. Law enforcement, and they have very good police here, but they have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to stop it. We're going to beautify it. We're going to make it the most beautiful capital in the world. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And always remember, this is so easy, this will be done tomorrow. We will keep men out of women's sports. It's over. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We're going to defend that. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Everyone in our country will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and also filled with a thing called the American dream that you don't hear much about anymore. For the past 9 years, you and I fought side by side against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. And in our magnificent victory on November 5th, you showed them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, and from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C. Our country was won and built by generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers, coal miners, police officers, and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle stand in their path. Nothing could get in their way. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 75 days ago on November 5th, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. You saved our country. Now, after all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great victory for everybody. Thank you, America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful victory rally here at Capital One Arena. Just incredible on the eve of our wonderful Inauguration Day tomorrow when President Trump is sworn in as our 47th President of the United States.
Megyn, I was really intrigued by the fact that he has pledged to release all of the information and everything that is documented in the CIA and FBI files regarding President Kennedy's assassination, Robert F. Kennedy Sr.'s assassination, and Martin Luther King's assassination. Aptly due time, being that tomorrow is also Martin Luther King Day, as well as releasing the J6 prisoners, the commutations and pardons upcoming, and the sealing of the southern border once and for all.
Just an astonishing evening here, watching President Trump ramp up for the big day tomorrow. It's going to be just amazing, and it was such a wonderful evening. We had the Village People here on stage singing YMCA, and President Trump noted that it wasn't as popular back in the day, unfortunately, and then now it's at the top of all the charts, #1 song. Everyone loves it, so we love to revitalize our old songs like that, so we love the YMCA.
Truly an iconic evening, and we heard from President Trump that all three of the hostages, the American hostages from Israel, are on their way back home right as we speak. So intriguing, wonderful news, and such an exciting evening. A room full of future cabinet members, governors, senators, congressmen, a Republican Party that has branched out to become the big tent to represent we the people against a deep state, to put this progressive ideology to rest, and to wave it goodbye peacefully and patriotically, and to truly serve the American people President Trump mentioning at the end of his speech that it's really not me, it's all of we taking this oath of office tomorrow at noon. And I love how he closes with naming the great and glorious cities, whether it be from Washington all the way to Los Angeles, from Dallas down to Houston, or even beautiful Chicago to his hometown of New York City. We are going to make America strong again, make America wealthy again, healthy again, and of course, great again. We want to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today, and maybe it's you or a family member you're concerned about. It's time to take control of your financial future. So I'd like to tell you about my friends over at Colonial Metals Group. They have helped me with my goal of protecting my financial future. Having a self-directed IRA where I can safely store gold and silver assets that have stood the test of time. No matter what the economy of the government is, gold and silver can protect you in these recessionary Biden-inflation times. Colonial Metals Group has helped me create a self-directed IRA where I can direct that access. So whether you have a traditional 401k, IRA, or anything for your assets, go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles of our great country. They help Americans to take control of their financial future by specializing as experts in this field. freegoldguide.com/RSBN, 866-317-2159. Qualified applicants can save up to an additional $10,000 in silver and add that to their account. So don't delay, call today, freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
And it's time for America's Golden Age, so why don't you put together a party, throw a party for your friends and family, and get some Republican red wine to go for that party. So it's time to celebrate the Golden Age with Republican red wineries, iconic wines. Whether you prefer white, red, or